All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today we are playing the winner bracket finals here with Newerth here on the Legion side and Vinicius on the Hellborn side. I am that Jonach. Unfortunately, I am not that beautiful old breaky CPK because he's feeling sick. But I am actually joined by Nedelian. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me.
So, what I'm gonna need you to do today is every now and then just shout at random intervals, but at what cost? With your breaky, best breaky impression that you can do. So at least we got like a little bit of his energy today here. But anyway, for now, let's get straight into it. Because you did actually cast one of these two teams yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, you're not mistaken. I casted the Lunar Tier game.
Yeah.
Versus the other Thai team game. I think it was ET Eternals.
Yeah. So what was your impression of them?
Lunar Tier played a really slow-paced game, and they played.
What do you mean with slow-paced?
Slow-paced. They picked super defensive heroes with the Soul Reaper. Was it? If I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah. I do remember that game actually. They had the Soul Reaper, the Monarch, and the Moira.
Kraken and Moira, yeah. That game was super good. Moira game.
Yeah.
They played like that super good.
Yeah, so two like defensive supports. I think you can call Moira defensive support. At least like it stalls a lot.
Yeah.
And then they did quite well in team fights, right?
I didn't expect it to be. I expected it to be slow paced, but they actually played it kind of aggressive after like 10 minutes.
Yeah, so they got their items or something, and they got their important levels, and then they just started going and fighting.
Yeah, they hit their timing, and it worked for them.
Okay, so on the other side, of course, we have Vinicius. We saw them be quite dominant yesterday with the games that they played, of course, versus the other European team, where they won 2 games quite quickly, honestly. And they, of course, have more of an aggressive playstyle, I'd say. But so I'm definitely curious to see what's going on here. For now, we see a Tundra ban, a Soul Reaper ban, and an Iker ban. I'd say those are 3 heroes that have been definitely more popular since the arrival of the Thai in the meta, basically. Especially the Tundra has been very effective in the hands of the Thai players. Yeah. And for the other side, we see the Kraken, the Deadwood, and the Geomancer ban.
I think
anything that sticks out?
Bans. No, those are standard bans for the Thais, I think.
Yeah.
I think
like, both Kraken, both Kraken and Deadwood. Those are 2 heroes that like both have long restraints. It comes to mind here. The Deadwood with the Q and the Kraken with the ultimate, of course. So is that something that they are targeting, you think, or?
I think it's based on the strength of the hero. I think Deadwood is just a little bit buffed right now, and it's super strong.
Yeah.
And Kraken is just his ulti can control the fights.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And of course, like Kraken is just like an hero that's much like something like Lords of Force, I'd say. It just does a lot of damage throughout, like and a constant rate throughout the team fight with that splash, with the Q and charge.
That's true. You can recover with it, can snowball.
Yeah,
it's good against Shrunken Head also.
Although I have seen some missed charges here and there. So, and I don't know if that's of course like due to something like ping or whatever, but it is an ability that is not that difficult to miss, I'll say.
I think it has like a bit of like an AoE around it, a big radius.
It's better than it used to be because they increased like the turn rate, I believe, of the Kraken charge.
Yeah.
So you're not like taking your time to turn around and then start charging. So it's definitely better than it used to be, but it's still you can miss it. Let's just say that. And Calamity plus Kane on the Lunar Tier side here, I love it. I've seen this like these 2 heroes play together, and like Kane ultimating someone and Calamity just providing like damage and assistance from the back line, potentially even like ultimating on top, is so good. And it but like the Calamity ultimate can also like box out the supporting cast to actually reach the guy that Kane is ultimating.
That is true.
So I think I have seen Kane being picked a lot more this tournament compared to like the last one. And I'm very excited to see every time I see Kane. But I have noticed he does like really well in the tri-core setup, not necessarily as much in a more solo core situation.
Solo core, yeah, true.
So what would you like to see together with the Kane here?
So
or maybe another question. Sorry, another question is like, how would you respond as Vinicius against the Kane?
Oh, as Vinicius versus Kane. I think they do need something that can to survive the Kane ulti somehow. Because if you
they have the Monarch though, right?
Yeah, but Monarch doesn't necessarily save though, but it does save some time before the target gets killed. But maybe we see something like, it's kind of hard though, actually.
Yeah, so like we've seen Kane being played with a barbed armor a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
So the Monarch definitely saves you from hitting the Kane and therefore killing yourself in the process.
That's true.
Because like the Crystallis does disarm you, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But the best like counter, quote unquote, to Kane that I've seen is the Pearl, where like that ultimate just, if you can get the Kane outside of the bubble, that just completely negates any damage, right? While the Kane actually still starts dying quite easily.
Yeah, that's true. Or also you can get a Sand Scepter if he gets a barbed armor.
Yeah, but that's not always really...
That's not optimal.
No, because we saw like Vinicius, they ran against the Kevin's team. Sorry, against Fuka's team.
Oh yeah, I remember when he was Moon Queen.
Yeah, and like the barbed armor on the Kane there, he like... Moon Queen kills herself in like 2-3 seconds.
Oh yeah, I think that game they needed like Storm Spirit or something on the Empath.
I think Empath was working on it, but...
Yes, I think she didn't finish it until the end of the game.
It's still just like a solo core, right? And even if you storm the Empath or if you storm the Kane, the Storm Spirit is 2 seconds, Kane ultimate is 5 seconds.
Yes, 5 seconds, true.
So it's not like a Legionnaire, right? It's only 3 seconds stunned max. It's you're still like just standing there.
Yeah, you just need a Devo, man.
Yeah. Honestly, it could work, yeah, kind of. But like you're still taunted and you're still gonna run towards them afterwards.
I think it's like half of the ulti gun.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, so we've seen Apex pick. That is not a hero I've seen very often, actually.
So this is like so that's a Sigma Torture, or maybe I think. Oh, okay.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
I think Yanko is gonna play Flux probably.
Yeah, so this looks like a tri-core in the Hellborn side, which is definitely better against the Kane than like a more solo core-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish they had like maybe a bit more defensive support here. Because, of course, they have Flux Engineer. Flux Engineer is insane, right? We all know that.
Yeah.
And on the Legion side also, we have 2 defensive supports. I think I can call them defensive supports here with the Rhapsody and the Nymphora, who both like provide a lot of healing and just general teamfights utility. But one thing that's definitely strong here from the Hellborn side is if the Kane ultimates the Torturer or something, I think like Torturer or Jerizai is the likely target to ultimate. If he ultimates Jerizai and the Monarch can keep the Jerizai alive, they're gonna be fine. Jerizai doesn't really provide the same amount of like right-click damage that he's gonna kill himself on a barbed armor.
Mm-hmm.
And if he targets the Torturer, the Jerizai can just pop ultimate and save him that way.
Yep. Yeah.
Because that is like 40, 50, or 60% reduced damage from all physical attacks.
I think I know how how Vinicius thought about is if somebody gets like ulted by Kane, they
Yeah.
can just do it like you said, and if Rhapsody tries to save somebody, if Flux just ulties with NG,
Yep.
this is a really, really strong fight for Hellborn
Yeah.
side. I think this is all about initiation and who they catch.
Yeah, and notably for me, right? Apex is slow in its stun ultimates, in its ultimate usage, basically, right? Because you first need to get like your dots on everyone
Yeah.
with either usually the Q or the W, unless he gets an arcane bomb, but let's assume he doesn't.
Yeah, Arcane Bomb is not optimal.
No, it's good at Apex, I'll say.
It can be good, but most of the time it's like it's a
You much
waste
rather, yeah,
kind of cold.
you much rather get something else usually.
Yeah, it's
I'd say
basically
like
an alchemist bones, let's say.
I think like arcane bomb is usually more of a recover item for Apex if you're suffering.
Yeah, that's for sure. If you can't get a PK or something like that.
Even like Sinners will be quite good on Apex right now, I think.
I mean, Sinners
But-
is a good item in general. It's 20% base damage, a lot of armor, life steal.
Exactly. But yeah,
It's
actually
the-
thinking about this, you'd much rather get it on Kane or Calamity, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But anyway,
Sure.
so what I was gonna say, the Apex, before he can likely get like a Q off or a W and then an ultimate, he might just get pulled into the Engineer and Flux. Ultimate.
That is true.
And
gonna
if
be...
he has his W buff on, the W does actually get dispelled.
Oh yeah, because it's a buff. You're right.
Yeah, it's a dispellable buff, so he might get screwed by that. And they are... I was kind of curious whether or not they were going to run a tri-lane, because I love Kane in tri-lanes. For that, the W buff, giving the supports like extra base damage is insane.
Mm-hmm.
But they might also choose to run an dual mid lane. I think that I've seen him do that before.
Yeah, it's 100% dual lane. They have 2 warps.
Yeah. But okay, so how do you think that top lane is gonna go in that case?
Top lane, it's Kane and Rhapsody versus...
I think they're
Oh, they are
swapping right
actually
now.
shifting it. Okay.
So Monarch ported top to get that ward up, and they saw Rhapsody, I believe. I don't know if they saw Kane, but they definitely saw Rhapsody.
From my perspective,
Yeah.
it's a little bit in favor, I think, of Jersey and Monarch.
Yeah. Why is that?
With levels, they're gonna get stronger and stronger. I don't see Rhapsody and Kane getting a kill on that lane until like after level 3 or 4. I don't think they can get a kill. They can only get a kill like super early, like level 2 or maximum 3.
But not like it's... Oh, actually, Monarch is going middle.
Okay.
But like, okay, but why do you... Like, Kane doesn't necessarily need to win by getting a kill. They can just box you out of the lane with harassment and... Because of the insane healing that the Kane provides with the W and the Q.
Yeah, that's true. You're kind of forcing Jersey to like and the other to buy a lot of
Region, yeah. And Jeremiah's mana is not infinite. Oh, Kane actually misses the Q there on the waylay on the Jeremiah. So he's gonna be fine. But this is going to be a solo Jeremiah against a dual lane. So Jeremiah is definitely gonna suffer a bit. In this lane, in the top lane. Although I don't necessarily see him being completely boxed out until level 6 at least. But meanwhile, in the middle lane, we have Monarch and Torture versus Calamity and Infora. And Calamity can output some damage if you let her, right?
That's true, but they're playing versus ranged, which is really good for the Hellborn team.
True. Because like in the melees, if it was a melee guy in the mid lane, the dragons would be a lot safer to hit, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, for now, Flux and Apex in the bottom lane. We see Engineer rotating over. They have a ward here. So they see this rotation. Or at least they should see this rotation, I'll say. Which I think they are aware of. They're playing like they're aware of it. And the Hellborn side doesn't have really very long-range initiation. The Monarch, of course, Crippling Pollen is... oh, actually, they're going here in the middle lane. Actually, stun on the Calamity. The Calamity actually got dual stun there. The Nymphora heal comes out, and Nymphora heal, of course, heals so much if you allow it to. And even Rhapsody ported middle, so it's a tri-lane versus tri-lane in the mid lane right now. Jeremiah level 3, though. Jeremiah is actually doing fine. Better than expected, even, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, he doesn't actually have any last hits, but he got XP. And as long as he gets XP, he cannot get boxed out by the Kayn too much.
I think that's all Jeremiah wants. I think he just wants to get like level 5, so he can have that heal. Super...
Okay, so now Engineer went to the top lane. What do you think about letting bottom lane be a 1v1 lane? Oh, sorry, in the top lane we see actually Kayn and Jeremiah duking it out a little bit. The heal already came out from Jeremiah, but you see that Jeremiah is taking a lot of damage actually. And Engineer, who has been roaming and moving around a lot, has not actually got that much XP compared to the other heroes here.
Yeah, that's true. I
But
think
sorry,
it's
come
an
back
okay
to bottom lane.
rotation. Yeah, it's a okay rotation by NG. But probably they just wanted to give Flux a little bit of advantage.
Yeah.
On creep kills.
Yeah, but bottom lane. Who do you think is favored here?
Right now it's Flux favored, but he has a lot of damage.
Do you think like Flux is just going to, like, if they man up to engage each other, that Flux is gonna come out on top?
Yeah, I think so.
Because the Apex, of course, does do a lot of harass damage over time, right?
Yeah, that's true. But I think Flux has way more damage.
Okay. See Calamity in the mid lane actually getting quite low here. There's been some skirmishes going on here, like some stunts here and there, but not really anyone getting super in danger. But both sides are just applying pressure a lot here. And actually it's a DD rune in the top lane. Engineer is maybe going to get it. No, the Nymphora gets a DD rune. I don't know if Engineer is going to be fine here. Nymphora has a stun again in 7 seconds. The Rhapsody is rotating over. Rhapsody, if he can get stun off, that should be Bloodlust here, I think, for the Legion side. Unless Sungbob cannot actually joke into the trees because there's a ward on there.
Yeah, he didn't activate his inner Sungbob.
Well, even if he did, they could just see him.
Yeah,
so it doesn't work that way, right?
But I guess he knows now that they have a ward here.
I don't know if... Yeah, probably he does know, actually. Rhapsody taking a little bit of damage in the top lane here. But yeah, it's like Rhapsody's just gonna heal back up usually. And even if the Kayn keeps the aggressive aura, you can just get some mana and use the W to heal back up. So a lot of sustain from the Legion side in the top lane. But even with the Bloodlust, they were quite a bit, or quite a long time away from the mid lane, which means that the XP and gold is basically even still.
Yeah.
The XP is even a bit like in favor of the Hellborn side, with them missing like 1 or 2 waves there.
Oh, you do see 3 bottles on the Hellborn side.
Yeah, I mean, like, it makes sense. Jeremiah kind of needs the bottle to sustain himself top. The mid lane, of course, has a bottle. And Flux, I don't know if Flux necessarily needed a bottle, but there's a lot of poke damage coming out from the Legion side, right? As like,
okay.
Yeah, Kayn takes a little bit of harass damage from the Jeremiah, who just like...
lane, torture.
Yeah, true.
I think they see each other.
Apex is level 6. I don't know if Torture should see him. Even Flux is rotating over here, so Apex decides to not go for it. And the top lane, actually, the Monarch picks up the Illusion rune there. It's a 2 versus 2. I don't think they're gonna really be able to achieve anything. Engineer does have a Wind Whistle, so he's faster than Nymphora. But it's not gonna actually able to do anything there.
He didn't take the gamble.
Nope. And actually, Calamity might be a bit in danger here if he's very far up. Monarch just not able to actually get in range there.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, the rune control is very important. If you spend this much gold in, like, in bottles, getting those runes becomes a lot more important, right? And we have seen a lot of fighting on these runes, right?
Yeah. Runes are really important, especially early game.
Yeah, very much true. We see, the top lane actually, we see that the Rhapsody actually goes down there. I didn't exactly see what happens, but the Jeremiah Q, the heal, of course, now does 270 magic damage. So it's just a lot of damage coming out, I guess. And the Kayn cannot really provide burst healing to the Rhapsody there, like the Jeremiah can to the Engineer or something like that. But yeah. I want to talk about the Flux, who actually went for 2 fortified braces here.
I think that's fine. Provides a lot of HP, magic armor also.
Yep.
A lot of stats.
And just in general, like damage. Strength provides extra damage as a Flux. So it's not just a defensive item in that case. It's also an offensive item. Of course, you do also want. Although I wanted to say, you want to get like those steam boots, but is that even really the case? Do you want steam boots on Flux?
I think they're fine. I think I would go steam boots.
Yeah, because I've seen a lot of people go Ghost Marchers, because...
No, Ghost Marchers are not worth it anymore, I think.
On Flux?
No, like normally on a core.
Because I've seen them, like, for example, on a Panda, they do still usually go for Ghost Marchers. Oh, sorry, in the bottom lane we see Apex actually get initiated upon here. Mother Q, that means that the Apex cannot get out, and there's also the stun from the Torture. Now the Kayn says, you! And the Emporia heal right on top, that should be a lot of damage, but the Monarch actually preventing a lot of damage, but with an Emporia stun on top, that means that the Torture is going to fall, but here comes Engineer, he poured it in. The Kayn is still quite full of HP though. Only Jeremiah and Calamity did not choose to pour it in that fight. In the end, it's a 1-for-2, I believe.
Yep.
Or 1-for-1. No, sorry, 1-for-1, right?
1-for-1, yeah. Because it's a torture for the Apex.
Yep. Anyway, the Torture for the Apex. Torture was actually the top farmer in the enemy team, while Apex was only like 270 GPM. He was doing fine still, like being the highest level on the team. But Torture is definitely the core that you want to lock down, right?
Yeah. But I think it's fine. I think they kind of restarted the game. They resetted the top lane for Jeremiah to get a little bit more farm.
Yeah, because Jeremiah is not doing poorly. He's 290 GPM.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
So right now,
but they do have Kayn ultimate right now. And that is the moment that Kayn becomes dangerous for something like Jeremiah. Because if you look at like how much HP Jeremiah has, it's only 800. Like a Kayn plus 1 extra person, and that's a Jeremiah, right?
Mm-hmm. So I say on Jeremiah, he has the punch daggers. So I suppose that's Ghost Marchers.
Yeah. Jeremiah did get changed a little bit about a couple of months ago, where his Righteous Strike, the E, is more based on strength instead of like on attack damage.
Yeah.
So Steam Boots do become potentially worth it. But the Ghost Marches, like Jeremiah is still a hero that requires something to close the gap to the enemy.
Yeah.
So in that case, like the Ghost Marches still make a lot of sense.
Yeah, you close the gap, and your protective charm is gonna slow a lot of people.
Yeah, exactly. So what else do you like expect to see on Jeremiah?
Normally, I think to even help more with that the mobility help to close that gap, I think we're gonna see like an Energizer Vitalizer on a Jeremiah.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty standard.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I don't know.
It's also like an alternative to the Chalice, right?
Yeah. But I don't know if we're gonna see like Mach on him. It depends on how the game goes.
So one thing that I've noticed is also that I've not seen that many Dreamcatchers. While in my opinion, that item is...
It's busted.
Yes, as Sungpop would say, it's disgusting.
It's broken, man.
Yeah, and I think on a Jerizaya, it makes a lot of sense, right? But also,
It does.
against a Jerizaya, it makes a lot of sense because even if Jerizaya charms, the anti-healing effect still applies if you remove the debuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I think it's like 75%, right? Or something.
Yeah, instead of like, normally it's minus 60% healing. And if you purge it, it goes to minus 30% healing.
Yeah, it's only a half.
So, but that's still minus 30% healing that's being reduced there, or removed. So that is the healing from the Monarchon, healing from the Jerizaya that's lessened. And I think we see Apex, who bought the Soul Trap. He's probably going to go for it, but especially with like 3 bottles on the Hellborn side, Dreamcatcher is also just insane against people that have bottles, because, you know, you can't bottle up during that, so you just like kind of deny them 1 item there. While usually a bottle can be used for some burst healing.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, for now, while things are paused, I think... Oh. Paradise is a bit... Paradise is becoming old, guys. Don't forgive him, right? Paradise just needs some like senior time or something like that every now and then. Engineer's not level 6 yet. Engineer's not really getting the levels that he would maybe like as much. He's the lowest level in the game, I think, yeah. So he might want to kind of go somewhere and get some of that XP, so at least he can get his ultimate. So they have the opportunity actually in the bottom lane. Sorry, Flux and Flux is getting quite low. Here comes the Enforcer stun and Flux is going down. The Monarch was not in time to actually save him. And even the Calamity is rotating over here. They've made the decision to send the Apex into the top lane against that Jerizaya, where they can kind of, you know, go bully each other. Meanwhile, Kayn in the bottom lane. It does kind of feel to me like they see Kayn as more of a position 1 hero, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm not certain I would see Kayn as a position 1 hero, more as like a position 2 or 3 hero. Where he's not necessarily the most important hero to get farm on.
Ooh, top lane.
Oh yeah, in the top lane, actually we see them going here for the runes. Apex is the first one that actually gets hit by the Monarch Q, by the Crippling Golem. And here comes the Calamity ultimate. 3 people hit in there, and there's you on the Torture, and Torture actually gets taunted by the Kayn. And meanwhile, the Monarch actually is super low, goes down. Jerizaya, meanwhile, the backline also instantly dead. And Torture gets picked off as well at the end. The Flux and the Engineer still in the bottom lane, and not actually able to provide team support because the Flux, I believe, ported bottom after he died in the bottom lane. So he could not port in and help his team there. What initially looked like a clean escape for the Hellborn side quickly turned after the Kayn ultimated the Torture there, which means that you cannot really disengage anymore.
Yep, you either leave the guy who's getting ulted by Kayn, or you just fight.
Yep. And notably, they missed the Monarch ultimate there as well, to maybe like disengage after the Kayn ultimate wears out or something, because they they don't have Crystallis maxed actually.
That's interesting, actually. I think you should max that.
Yeah, you usually max it, right?
Yeah. But
I'm not a butterfly player.
I think he wants the restrain more.
Restraint from the Crippling Fallen, right?
Yeah.
But it provides so little damage. Of course, it's half a second more, but only 30 extra damage basically. While
I think we're gonna see a Kayn ulti bottom. He's
yeah, he is actually smoked here. That means that he is ready to set something up. They're going for the bottom rune. They're expecting the enemies to also kind of commit to this rune. Actually, never mind. Here comes Flux and Engineer. There is now an Engineer ultimate, but it doesn't really matter if Flux is actually getting... Oh, the barbed armor got purged actually by the Engineer ultimate. And that almost saved the Flux, but it wasn't quite enough. The Flux still goes down, and the Apex at the end also ultimates to finish off the Engineer. And that's 2-0 once again. Kane just picked up the barbed armor, I think. And he actually activated the barbed armor, and it did so much work against the Flux. But a good Engineer ultimate plus a good kick meant that the Kane got pushed out of the Engineer ultimate and ran back in afterwards with the ultimate. So that prevented a lot of damage. And actually, oh look, this Jeremiah with an Invis rune poured it in. But they don't have Engineer ultimates. Do you think they can fight this? Well, they're going to fight this, so Kane is getting slowed a little bit. Torture now stunned in, and the Flux ultimate, so Kane is in a lot of trouble. Kane is taking a lot of damage. Kane is going to fall, which means that is at least a very important kill for the Hellborn side, but that's 5 people rotating for only 1 kill. Do you think they could have gotten more there?
It's hard to tell.
They want more for sure though, so Apex is in the front line. Now Apex actually gets tripling vault. Apex is going down so fast. No, Rhapsody ultimate. Rhapsody ultimate saves him. Jeremiah is so low on HP. Flux low on HP. Flux goes down. Jeremiah running for his life. Not enough. So the Flux, Jeremiah also goes down. Now Monarch and Engineer, the 2 support heroes. Monarch says, focus me, leave the rest be. Save yourself, fools. But no. Engineer goes down to the back line, and that is 4 people that go down.
Ooh, the deep teleport.
Oh, and the forward teleport, but they want more, because here is Torture now all alone. Calamity in the front line. And that is 5 people sent back to the well. Man, by the Legion side.
They played perfectly. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, so that was an amazing Rhapsody ultimate, because you saw like the Calamity ultimate there trying to, maybe like keeping them back a little bit. But the Apex ultimate ran to the side of it, and the Rhapsody ultimate got basically fully channeled there to save that Apex. Because the Apex is tanky right now with that Dreamcatcher, right?
Yeah.
He has 1.5k HP with Steam Boots. Oh, actually, and deny. That's a good deny by the Jeremiah, but he doesn't have charm yet, so he's taking a lot of damage and he's gonna fall. He did have his heal up, but the heal is, of course, has such a long animation that it's hard to catch. And the top lane, look at this. Kane says, you! And Flux is taking a lot of damage. Flux is taking so much damage and is going to fall. Team support not quite there in time. I think that was Torture teleporting, actually. If the Torturer committed to that teleport, that would have meant that the Torturer would have likely gone down with the Flux there. And Flux, even though he has 2 bracers, it doesn't really matter, as the Kane gets the channels full ultimate. Oh, and top lane, sorry, Engineer channels the ultimate. Kane takes a lot of damage, but Torture takes more damage because of the Lymphora stun and the Calamity ultimate. And the Monarch is now in trouble. Monarch is getting chased down, and the Dragons also eat butterflies, apparently. Apex now once more. They're not done yet. They're playing so aggressive. They're not giving the enemy any time to breathe. Engineer running for his life. But once again goes down. It's just left, right, and center where they are being pressured by the Legion inside here. The Hellborn is just not getting any time to breathe.
Man, this is crazy gameplay by Newerth here.
Yeah, it's very nice to see that. You said like the Newerth guys played very defensive and passive the first game. But
yes, because of their picks. Though.
Yeah, but they can also very comfortably play aggressive, and that's always amazing to see. That they play comfortably at both ends of the spectrum. And Jeremiah in the bottom lane choosing to TP out with that charm. He says, now I'm just gonna get out. Of course, there's no... If the Kane isn't there, there's no way for them to cancel that. And 5 people actually being ready here for the Hellborn side. They want to fight this. They want to get something done. The Flux not actually able to get his Q off. And if the Kane goes in the backline, and so much damage coming out. The Apex ultimate hits 5 people there. And here comes the Lymphora teleport with the Calamity as well. The ultimate from the Rhapsody saving anyone that may have been low on damage there. And that is 3 picks off. Torture calls TG, Kane calls TG, and that is going to be game 1. 21-3. This is a dominating dominating this play from the Legion side here, from Luna tier. And wow, that was amazing to watch, right?
That was that was crazy.
So what are your thoughts about that game?
Actually, I'm speechless. I didn't expect that.
What could Hellboard have done something differently to make their lives easier?
Maybe like a tri-lane? Maybe it would have worked better.
With like
I
Flux,
don't know.
Rhapsody, and Engineer or something.
Maybe. But then you can't. You have to put like the tri-lane with Torturer, Rhapsody, and the Monarch, maybe. But it's really hard.
Yeah.
I think they just had to like shut down a little bit of Kane.
So you'll say like that the picks were just really strong from the Legion side, sorry.
It was good from Hellborn side. I think both drafts are good, but I think Legion side just did a better job than them, I think.
Yeah.
I think
they definitely like in the bottom lane, it was Flux versus Apex. The Flux and the Apex, I think, kind of came out evenly.
Yeah.
While I'd say Flux maybe should have had like a better time there, since Engineer also started bottom.
Yeah, it's really hard because it's a tough matchup. I think it depends a lot on the lane phase.
Yeah.
This game.
And the middle lane, which was Calamity plus Nymphora versus Monarch and Torturer, with even the Engineer rotating over quite early on. I think if they got like a couple of early kills in the mid lane, they would have done a lot better, because the Calamity is not a very tanky hero. If they got like a lot of some early kills, they may have been able to actually start fighting and start like getting more kills in the mid lane and snowball with that Torturer. But instead, they didn't really get much done there, and they kind of played a very solo gameplay afterwards, with like trying to spread out across the map. But Kane loves that. Kane, if anyone is solo, is gonna say you and is gonna fall. For now, anyway, guys, we're gonna have another game here coming up soon, because this is, of course, a best out of 3. Any parting wisdom you want to share with the chat, Nede?
No, I'm waiting for the second game.
Okay,
I'm actually hyped up.
Yeah, we're gonna go for the second game then. Guys, we will see you in a little bit. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second game of the winner bracket finals with a Newerth here versus a Vinicius. Vinicius on the Legion side this time with Newerth here on the Hellborn side. And we see what I would say a statement being made by the first pick, the first ban. Don't you think so, Nede?
Yep.
Kane, I'm done with you. Get out of my games, Puppet Soul says. Yeah, Kane is a rough hero to deal with, because he can just force these engagements that where like if you can either choose to leave like one person behind and everyone else goes back, or because that person is just going to die otherwise. There's no way around it.
Yep.
So whenever like a team with a Kane is just stronger than you, it usually means that they're gonna keep like taking spoils here and there every now and then. But anyway, like thoughts about the last game, like how would you have done things differently if you were Vinicius? How would you change things?
I think I said maybe like a tri lane would have been working better against this Kane. Not to let him do those things that he done.
Yeah.
But, it's really hard to play against that lineup.
Yeah.
There's no room for error.
Yeah, I think they agree with you where they say like I'm just not gonna play against the game, just don't want to deal with it. But in return, they do get a Deadwood pickup here. Now Deadwood is of course also quite an difficult hero to play against, right?
Ooh, we see Kraken picked up against the Deadwood.
That's
not really optimal for Kraken, to be fair.
Yes, why do you think that?
Kraken, for instance, is it's a strength hero, which Deadwood likes it.
Yeah.
And you get restrained, so you're not gonna be able to charge away. So you have to, if you get grasped by Deadwood, I think you're dead if you're Kraken.
Yeah, Kraken doesn't usually get a lot of armor, right? Naturally.
Yes, it has only 3.1 armor, which is almost kind of low.
Yeah, I like low agility gain as well, of course. So once Deadwood gets that Lex, Kraken needs to be really careful because as you said, indeed, he cannot use his charge to get away at that point anymore.
Yep.
So it's interesting that they choose to pick the Kraken into the Deadwood. And Corrupted Disciple pick. Now, Corrupted Disciple has always been kind of like a tri-lane hero to me.
Yeah, I think they played it with Moira last game, if I'm not mistaken. The one I was casting.
Yeah, I think so as well, yeah. And the Corrupted got like locked down that game a lot, right?
Yes. It got super locked down. But after that, Moira just went on another lane. They had a successful gank on mid lane, which I think reset a little bit of that game.
Yeah.
And it kind of worked. But we'll see how.
Yeah, because I talked about this a little bit yesterday with Tickles as well. Corrupted Disciple is one of those like semi carries that is always still useful, even if he gets like locked down a lot, because the conduit still provides a lot of value with like taking away a lot of damage from the enemies. The ultimate still reduces armor. The Q is still like a powerhouse ability with 400 magic damage max.
Yep.
So that's of course like if he's being locked down, he's not completely useless. And I think I say the same thing about the Sapphire, right? It's just kind of like agility semi-carry heroes that still provide like a lot of value even if they get locked down.
Oh yeah, that's true. His shield helps him survive a lot more than the average heroes.
Yep.
But I don't think it's the same as Corrupted. Sapphire can be if it's locked down too much, I think the hero is just useless.
So yeah, you get a lot less value from the Sapphire as you would from the Corrupted.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and the Monarch pick. Why do you think they did that?
It could be good against Kraken. If you charge and ult instantly, they can get out.
Yeah, so I believe the way this works is if you get hit by the restrain from the Kraken in the center, and then use the Monarch ultimates, you can easily get out, right?
Oh, I'm not sure actually about that.
Or if, like, because I'm not like the normal ultimate. I'm fairly certain that's a continuous effect. Of course, you do get a lot of movement speed from the ultimate from Monarch. So maybe you can just like kind of blitz out with the movement speed.
I think it's a continuous effect if you're not in the middle. But once you reach the middle, you're gonna be restrained. So probably that's when you want to hit the Monarch ulti.
Yeah.
Make its full effect.
And of course, also these days you take extra percentage physical damage once you hit the center.
Mm-hmm.
And that is also potentially removed by the Monarch ultimate. So, yeah, I'd say like the Monarch is definitely good there. And there's like a notably not that much lockdown on the Hellborn side here. So even like the movement speed burst from the Monarch ultimate could be useful.
Oh, we're gonna see a Sangbob Devo.
That's gonna be disgusting.
Okay.
Devo is not actually a hero we've seen too much of since the hook, like from Narnia, got removed.
Yes, the nerf.
Yeah, I think it was a justified nerf. I will say.
Oh, actually.
Is Kevin going to be playing?
No,
Devour?
No way. There's no way. No.
That's
no.
Okay. Okay, he was just trolling Sungpop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but a Bell for Gore pickup.
I'm actually curious. I think this is the trail lane.
From who?
Sapphire, Devo, and Monarch.
Do you think that's Devo's good
sure.
trail lane hero?
It's really good against those against that lineup. I think. I mean, I would do that.
Okay, so I see Devour as a good trail lane hero only if you're playing against the dual lane. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like then the slow is really valuable, but it's not like Devour actually provides much besides that slow. It's yes, the hook of course is valuable, but you're not guaranteed to hit the hook or something. And if it's a tri lane versus tri lane, Devour doesn't provide like a stun or some useful effects that the enemy does have in that case.
I think the only thing that he provides is the initiation.
Yeah.
Because you're super far away, you can hook people. But then it also depends on what heroes you play against. So right now, if you hook like let's say for instance, an Artesia, she's probably gonna die super fast.
True.
Because
or even the Rhapsody as well, they don't really have good saves for them.
Yeah, it's only the Artesia heal there and her dance floor, if I'm not mistaken. It's
Disconferno. Yeah, dance floor. Or
Disconferno.
It's called Disconferno right now?
Yeah.
Well, it says in the description it creates an epic dance floor.
So it's basically a dance floor.
Yeah, so I'll accept it. I'll definitely accept it, yeah. No, but like it's absolutely true. And they're choosing to send the Corrupted Disciple to the bottom lane and the Arbidon to the top lane, which is
I'm curious how are they gonna play. So we
Arbidon didn't even get a hatchet.
Okay, that's... I mean, if you get to kill creeps without having hatchet, that's fine.
Yeah, but I would say like I would like if I were like in charge of setting up these lanes, I would want to send Armadon to the dangerous lane. Right?
I mean...
Would you not?
It's debatable. It depends what you play against. Against Devo and Monarch, you might die. Oh, so they're setting up... Wait, is this a...
Dual lanes.
Is it dual lanes?
Dual lanes for the Hellborn time. For the Hellborn team, sorry, at least.
Oh, yeah.
But Deadwood is in the top lane with a hatchet. So that means that Deadwood is likely going to be playing the suicide role here.
Wait, is this a Balfagor Devo lane, I think? Because I think I saw Devour buying Orb, if I'm not mistaken.
They do see this though, so they have good vision. I'm not sure if they saw the Rhapsody ward, because I'm not sure how the Rhapsody walked back. But they didn't initially see him walk here. Yeah, so they have 2 orbs, which means that they are going to be running 2 dual lanes, which is a dual mid and a dual bottom lane. Versus... Suicide Corrupted? Wait. Huh? I'm not even sure that they know how they're gonna lane this.
I think they think they're gonna try lane top. Oh, actually.
Yeah, but where's Corrupted going?
Wait. This is interesting.
I don't want to lane bottom. You go bottom. Screw this noise.
I guess it's just the jungling.
Is this jungle Corrupted? Okay, so for... Okay, he ports bottom. Okay. So for any person that gets in my TMM games, Jungle Corrupted does not exist. It's not an excuse to pick Jungle Corrupted when you're in my team, right?
Yeah.
Just gonna point it out. Okay, so we see Rhapsody rotating bottom as well. Maybe they expected a try. Actually, this means Corrupted Disciple might be in a little bit of trouble because you see Devour rooting him, but here does come the Rhapsody to the rescue here. The creeps are doing a lot there. And Corrupted Disciple did not level her W. I think if she leveled her W, she could have a lot more easily forced Devour to back off, right?
Not necessarily. Because I think Devo just wants to fart on him.
Yeah, but if you get like plus 65 damage...
Yeah, but 65 damage you could have maybe turned on him at some point with the Rhapsody.
Exactly. Because the Devos does not have boots, so it's not like he can just run away after you drain him. But, okay, so I've seen this before. And I didn't like this, but they're doing it again. Corrupted Disciple is not leveling the W.
That's interesting.
So, they didn't do that last time either.
That's the strongest spell, almost. It's
now, I'll say the Q is the strongest spell in the laning stage, but the W is a close second.
Yeah.
Now, and everyone here knows, I am a sucker for movement speed, right?
Yeah.
I value my movement speed, but even this is a bit much for me. Is that 3% really that valuable here?
Are we gonna see a hookup from...
Yeah, he is ready.
Oh, he's
and
ready.
level 3 Balfacor means that these creeps also do become a lot stronger. But I think they are... They know where the Devourer is, right? But on the other hand... Oh... He's in position. But like, Balfacor is not really taking a lot of arrest damage at the moment, right? Oh, and that's a hook on the Corrupted Disciple. Corrupted Disciple is going low. The creeps are trying to get a position. The Devourer is slowing him. Corrupted Disciple does have boots, however. So I think the booties saved him there from a certain death. Or what would have been likely been certain death.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
They're not actually able to pressure this Balfacor. Because they're doing a little bit of like arrest damage here and there, but the Balfacor just heals everything back up with the W. So I would say like the W in this situation. Sorry, the E from the Balfacor just heals him back up. But the drain, the W from Corrupted Disciple would have definitely been a useful tool to box him out of this lane, right? You just use the W on him and run after him a little bit.
Top lane?
Oh, top lane. Deadwood did already use the Q, so Artesia's not actually going to be in that much danger. And he does have a root up in 2 seconds and a battery for mana. And meanwhile, in the middle lane, we see that the Kraken is doing quite alright. He's 280 GPM and got like decent levels here, with actually the highest level in the game. But he's definitely being pressured. Oh, in the bottom lane, sorry, we see Rhapsody and Corrupted kind of... oh, Devo is actually going low. Devo is 1 hit away, and Devo is going down. No need for the W, clearly, from the Corrupted Disciple. Corrupted Disciple able to kind of just run at him and do that work. Wait, where are the boots from Corrupted Disciple?
Oh, did he sell them when he was running away?
He had boots. I'm not crazy, right?
Yes. I think he just bought the boots when Devo was on him, and he sold them in time.
Oh, so he got hooked to the side shop, bought boots, and then run away.
Yep.
Huh. Okay.
God damn.
Damn. That's value.
Yeah, that's pretty much value.
Yeah, I've done that like a couple of times with like toxic claws or something, you know. You're running after someone, you buy toxic claws, but you have usually a lot more time and deliberate like time to think about doing that kind of stuff. Oh, and it's in the middle lane actually, Kraken taking quite a bit of damage from the Sapphire and the Monarch. He's going to get low, but the actual like burst potential from these two heroes is not that high. And meanwhile on the top lane, we see the Deadwood just kind of getting bullied by the Armadon. So, oh, and Devour smoked. He really wants that hook. At level 5 Belphegor now.
Oh, is he gonna kill him? I think he's gonna kill him.
Oh, who? Oh, Deadwood gets the kill on Armadon. Oh, wow, that's insane, actually. Armadon taking just a little bit too much damage there.
Yeah, he got greedy, and he didn't think he was gonna heal that much up with the
battery.
battery.
And look at this in the bottom lane. Sorry, Corrupted Disciple now going toe-to-toe with this Belphegor. Belphegor does have ultimate, and the Devour... the Corrupted Disciple's being healed up, but not enough. No, Rhapsody gets the last hit on the Devour. Corrupted Disciple did choose to level the W right now. So he didn't level anything at level 4, I guess.
Yeah.
But the drain just not damaged, not quite enough to really prevent. Because I can see that argument, right? You're not actually preventing any damage with the W from Belphegor or Devour.
Yeah.
And on top lane, look at this. Deadwood is smelling a kill. And he used the Q, but Armadon was ready because Armadon had battery. And he knew that the Deadwood casted this Q, but Artesia needs to be a little bit careful, but no, it's gonna be fine. I think they saw the Deadwood on the left side because the spikes from the Armadon visibly traveled there. Yes. And in the bottom lane, the Corrupted Disciple is dancing to dodge the hook, but not actually able to dodge the hook. But Kenko had no trust in Devour, I'll say. Because he did not send the creeps there. And Belphegor does... sorry, go.
Wait, I'm sorry, but I think there was a change to Energizer.
Yeah.
I don't think Energizer works anymore on your pets.
No. Well, not. It only works on elite pets.
Elite pets, so it's like the big creeps on the camps, right?
No. Elite pets are like a shutter from Tremble. Oh, top lane. Oh, that's a punch to the login. Right in the kiss. So Armadon is actually going quite low. Can Artesia heal him up? No. Yes, it can actually. With like 10 HP left or something, the Armadon is gonna be fine. What?
I think it was the ping issue there. I think Deadwood had him.
I think you kind of... Oh, look at this bottom lane. Sorry, the Corrupted Disciple gets the W on the Belphegor. So Belphegor might be in a bit of trouble here. Belphegor is actually getting quite low. He does have a charged up ultimate with 60-something charges. Corrupted Disciple sees the Devo, wants to the Devo. He must make sure that the Devo doesn't deny himself. Oh, that's actually so close for him to deny himself there. They should have probably timed their last hits, their hits, like spread out their hits a little bit. So Devour couldn't deny himself, but in the end, they get that a kill. And the W kind of pushing the Belphegor away because he's just hurting so much at some point. But yes, you're absolutely right. So elite pets are pets like Shudder from Tremble, Malphas, Boo Boo. I might be missing one, but like the big like summon pets, you know?
Oh, I see. Oh, we see a... tower.
That's an amazing hook, likely. The Armadon is just going to fall here in the bottom lane to the Devour and the Belphegor. And in the top lane, or sorry, the jungle, look at this. Kraken wanted to do some stacks, but there is a very good ward of that Cliver, and Rhapsody runs in. But here, actually, never mind. The Rhapsody is not in that much danger, because here comes the Artesia, and the Artesia is actually doing so much. Rhapsody gets not hit by the Deadwood Q. And that was actually quite smart what the Sapphire did there. So Sapphire ultimated, so she could just take out the Essence Protection. Because normally you cannot actually attack anything during Essence Protection, but of course the totem doesn't get like made them invulnerable.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. That's actually good thinking.
And yet, like, this is the moment where Deadwood is dangerous, right? Because you see Deadwood here, level 7, has ultimate up. And this Kraken, I don't think he's very long for this world. Because there you go, that's a hit on the Q. And it's a stun from the Sapphire. And that means that the Deadwood is going to punch him right up his snoot. And yeah, Kraken gets sent back to the base basically twice in like a minute. And Rhapsody is gonna find the Deadwood here. Deadwood, I think, is gonna likely be fine if he presses the E, right? Oh, no. Yeah, he's gonna be fine because he actually pressed the Q there. That means that he's going to escape from the Rhapsody and the Corrupted Disciple. And I think I mentioned this during the draft. There's not that much catch on the Hellborn side, right?
Yeah. It's basically only like, it's gonna be like Kraken PK.
Slows.
Yeah.
It's slows, like Armadon's slow. Artesia's only has got slows, and they want to fight in the bottom lane. Look at this, Devour hooks the Armadon. There's a lot of healing coming in for Artesia, but it's not enough. And the Kraken gets the ultimate, but the ultimate doesn't actually hit on the Belphegor. It's just not going to be enough, but it doesn't matter because the Kraken auto attacks just do so much damage. They want more. And here comes one port in from the Sapphire, which means that he may be able to do something. Kraken is getting quite low. Artesia is trying to heal him up. The Rhapsody gets the Q off. The Shard gets destroyed. Sapphire tries to ultimate, not in time, not quite enough. And now the Butterfly is in danger as well. And the Butterfly is dead. That means that that is 4 kills from the Hellborn side here. And so 4 people dead from the Legion side. That was a good fight.
Yeah, I think that port from Sapphire was kind of unnecessary. Without your team, without Deadwood.
I think it was too late.
Yeah, I think it was too late.
Anyway, so Deadwood's stalking in the top lane. He has a very sneaky ward there. Armadon might not actually see him. No, Armadon did see him. Okay, and there's a porting coming from who? Artesia. So I think Deadwood needs to get out. And yeah, there is not... So there's only 2 heroes with stuns here.
So literally Kraken and Rhapsody.
Yeah, and...
TPs. You can play greedy.
Exactly, so play greedy with TPs. That's what they can exactly do. Which is of course something you can always do against Armadon. So yeah. I'm curious to see, like, they might need something like a fast tablet on Artesia. And maybe even on Corrupted Disciple. Corrupted Disciple going for what looks like an Energizer here. And he went a lot of stats, actually. Oh, sorry. And then meanwhile, look at this. Rhapsody gets sent back to the base with the ultimate. No, he chose not to ultimate there.
I think he was gonna ulti. I think he just got stunned by Rhapsody. And then
at the end, he decided not to, right?
Yes.
He figured, like, okay, I don't actually need this. And Songpop, Legendary, missing a hook in the bottom lane. So, it is possible, apparently. But, the Corrupted Disciple is kind of playing with fire, I would say. Because if you'd allow the Devour to just throw hooks, at some point, he's gonna hit.
Yeah.
It's kind of a given.
What I want to see Belphegor doing versus in fights, just put the creeps on Artesia staff on the S projection. Yeah,
or even just on the Artesia as well. You can do that.
Oh yeah,
Artesia cannot heal himself.
And also you can just stop the Artesia Qs with the creeps as well.
Yeah, but he's actually healing a lot in these team fights. I'm noticing.
That's true.
So he's not actually using the Essence projection offensively too much. And actually the Armadon did finish his Helmet Black Legion here.
We do Sapphire,
which means that...
Try to invade the bottom lane.
Oh, Devour is setting up for a hook. Kraken is in a very greedy position. Kraken taking a lot of damage here. Sapphire with a haste rune though. I think Sapphire is gonna be more than fine here. Even an Invis rune here, being picked up by the Butterfly. Deadwood wants something. He goes for the Kraken. Kraken gets not yet rooted. There's a root from the Deadwood. Hits in the backline. The Essence production gets destroyed instantly. Armed on the front line now. Devour gets chased down by the Corrupted Disciple. Corrupted Disciple hitting the Devour down. Devour denies himself. Oh, that's actually huge. Belphegor now in the midst in a bad spot. And that means that the Belphegor goes down. That is a 1 for 2, but 1 deny. So all in all, I think that could have gone either way, honestly.
Yes.
So they definitely cannot really kill the Armadon right now.
No,
They
I don't
also-
think they should.
Did they use Deadwood ultimate that fight? They did, right?
Yes, they did.
Oh, look at this. Oh! Crypto Disciple dodges the Deadwood Q. Oh, but his Sapphire is getting so much damage in, but it's not quite enough. Rhapsody does have ultimate, but no mana for it. Kraken wants more. Kraken gets the ultimate up, but it doesn't hit. Deadwood is fine. Devour now ports in. Devour gets the root. And gets the hook because of the root. And the Kraken is going to be a lot of damage. Again, no mana for the Kraken. No, the Kraken charge. Is that going to be enough? Rhapsody, sorry, the Artesia now here. Trying to get the last hit. Corrupted goes for the last hits. And wow, that was back and forth a lot there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the two tanks of the team, the Armadon and the Belfagor, is kind of chilling near each other. They just don't understand all this fighting. Oh, in the mid lane, the Rhapsody, sorry, the Sapphire goes for the Corrupted Disciple there. The Artesia able to heal him up a little bit, but these long team fights are clearly taking toll on the mana cost or the mana pool of the supports. Because I see like these supports being out of mana a lot actually.
Yeah, I think we see them back and forth from fight side to.
Yeah, and the Hellborn team is very desperately trying to defend their towers. Because we see now middle tower actually going down here against the push from the Belfagor. And in the top tower we see Deadwood pushing it quite hard. And the bottom tower was of course under a lot of pressure from the Belfagor before. So this looks... I'd say it can still easily go either way, and Kraken actually goes in the top lane. The Kraken gets hooked by the Devour there, and he's being eaten, but he tries to TP out, and I think he's gonna be able to, because the Kraken couldn't actually find Sungpop in the woods. Now that's a familiar experience.
Yes. Most familiar it can be.
I'm not gonna say it. No, not gonna say it out loud, but there is an item you can buy to find Sungpop.
Can I say it?
Go for it.
It's dust.
Oh, thank you, Neda. If I say it, chat is gonna hate me again.
It's okay, they can hate me instead.
Thank you, man. Oh, and that's a hook on Devour. The Armadon, sorry, the hook from Devour. Armadon is in a lot of pressure right now. The Belfagor ultimate hit 4 people, but there's so much healing coming out from the Hellborn side. A stun from the Sapphire. The Corrupted Disciples. The Corrupted Disciple actually gets dodged the hook because of that. But they're still under a lot of pressure here. Deadwood's also ported in now. And the Rhapsody is gonna survive, actually. The Deadwood already used the ultimate, I think, on the Corrupted Disciple. You have to wonder if that was actually necessary. And in the end, this means that the entire Hellborn team survives by this Corrupted Disciple. And 2 people go down from the Legion side. That looked a lot worse than it actually was.
I think the problem there was that Sapphire didn't have his W up here. And he was forced to go really, really inside, getting hurt by Corrupted W, ulti, Q, and also from Armadon.
It's just not tanky right now.
Yes. He's kind of forced to stay super back until like enemy team uses some of the spells.
Yeah, but like even like just the Armadon Ws.
Even then, yeah, that is true.
Like the Armadon W starts like racking up quite quickly usually. So it's difficult to really play against that, I would say.
Yeah, I'm actually curious how the fights are gonna go when Belfagor
That's not a hook on the Armadon! And Armadon gets eaten by the Devour, but Artesia always there somehow to back him up and heal him back to full. But there's 4 people now here from the Legion side, but they back off. Nah, this is the Armadon gameplay that I love to see. I will say, like, even though it looks like this Armadon is doing a lot of work, what you just saw there is all Artesia. If Artesia is not in a prime position there to save him, Armadon would be dead. And everyone would be flaming him. But instead, like, he gets praise because Artesia has good positioning here.
For sure. I think we've seen Artesia follow Armadon almost all game.
Yeah, but like
Which is
just enough
really
like
smart.
distance that he doesn't get initiated or hooked or anything like that. But he is actually there to save him if he needs to be.
Mhm.
Because Devour has been throwing out some amazing hooks. Right?
Yep.
As we are familiar with Songpop, of course. But it cannot be stated enough that like Songpop is an amazing Devour player. But if you're the only hero you can hook is the Armadon, yeah, that's not exactly what you want to achieve. And actually, Deadwood, yeah, Deadwood might be in a bit of trouble. That's a TP attempt from Deadwood, but here comes the Kraken PK. That is really something that they needed badly. And Kraken actually manages to get the charge on the Deadwood, which means that Deadwood goes down. Deadwood getting, I'd say, getting close-ish to his PK. He's 1k away from it right now. And oh wow, I just saw the Artesia pick up an eye.
They wanna see where everything is, I guess.
Yeah, they've been struggling with finding these wards, I guess. And of course you always have the Noxious Nightcrawler. Crawler.
4 red words in the Congo pit.
Oh, they may be setting up for that actually, yeah. Anyway, I just saw Belfcore pick up a staff. So that's going to severely disrupt the backline.
Yeah, that's for sure. So what do you think Legion has to do right now? What do you think they should do?
So the Belfcore staff was definitely important. Because the Belfcore staff silences everyone in an 800 radius. For 1.5 seconds, I believe. And then for another 1.5 seconds. Oh, sorry, Artesia gets caught actually for once by the... and that is a Deadwood punch that gets stopped by the Rhapsody ultimate.
That's huge, coming from Rhapsody.
Deadwood actually ultimated.
Yes, I saw.
Oh, wow, that was a very clutch. And that is, I think, something that is amazing about this draft from the elite, for the Hellborn side here. Rhapsody and Artesia can save each other. So there's no obvious target to go for. Right?
Yeah, that's actually true.
Of course, like the Rhapsody can save the Artesia a little bit better than the other way around. Because, you know, the healing, if the Rhapsody is not actually that tanky with HP or like with armor. Oh, and the bottom lane sword Kraken is now in a bit of danger because here comes the Sapphire and the Monarch. And they managed to burst him down. There is an ultimate from the Kraken on the Sapphire. Sapphire did also have a shrunken up, but he did actually use, it is in cooldown. There's a good catch. Meanwhile, Butterfly is left behind. That is so sad. Poor Butterfly.
I think Butterfly should have ported the same time as
yeah, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't up or something. Because he
maybe
did try to port at the end there, because his TP is on cooldown. And meanwhile, in the jungle here, Deadwood and Rhapsody are here, but Deadwood doesn't have mana for his ultimate. I think he didn't have mana. And Belfcore is actually running down this Corrupted Disciple. Corrupted Disciple's in a lot of trouble here, but here comes Artesia. Artesia heals him back up. Rhapsody gets hooked though by the Devour. Rhapsody goes down. The Corrupted Disciple is now here in the front line together with the Artesia, which means that they don't have the TP or the team support right now to really fight it, because the Armadon ported to the bottom lane, and the Kraken of course got killed in the bottom lane, which means that they were not there to help their team. So yeah, we clearly see the Legion side applying pressure right now.
Yeah, this is the only way that Legion can get back a little bit from the aggressiveness from Hellborn side. It's just take some pickups. Split push, get some pickups, and then you can...
Oh, Kraken is invis, but it doesn't matter if you have a Revor down. And he's actually taking a lot of damage here from Devour. And Devour... Oh my god, the hook from Narnia. And that's actually amazing. And the Corrupted Disciple does have W up, and he has a Shrunken now as well. So Monarch is going to be left behind once again. If I were this Monarch, I will be filing a complaint to HR right now. He's getting abandoned by his team consistently. This is no longer like just a one-time incident.
Yeah, I mean that...
and Devour is setting up another hook actually. Oh my god. Like,
that was pretty great.
I don't know why, but it feels like Songpop's hooks are just longer than mine. Because whenever I am like playing Devour, it doesn't feel, oh, actually Rhapsody gets stunned by the Sapphire. Now the Corrupted actually just says, no, I'm out of here, because the rest of his team is not quite ready yet. Kraken was still dead, and Armadon may have gotten hooked there. Oh, the Devour tries to TP out with the Sapphire ultimate, but it just wasn't enough. Armadon has the eye now. Kraken is trying to chase down the Sapphire. Sapphire does not have an ultimate up or anything. That's an amazing ultimate from Kraken on the Sapphire. But here comes the counterplay. The Belphegor now all the way here. The ultimate from Belphegor just not enough to really do something, because Artesia keeps healing them back up. And Deadwood just bolted on out of there, and he said, no, I'm not doing this.
Man, Artesia.
Armadon's staff allows them to chase them so much more easily now.
Yes. Now they also have the super good catch.
And look at this, in the top lane, the Monarch is maybe in a little bit of trouble. Monarch just got here. She just got here. And she's actually trying to get a Sinner's Inscription, I'm saying that's going to be. Which is notably lacking on the Hellborn side. Although I don't necessarily know if they need one. Of course, on the Legion side, there's they need to armor a lot more, and that's a hook on the Armadon, but that's not really the target you want to go for. So I'm guessing that's why Armadon is also standing in front.
Yeah,
Baiting
right now
the hooks,
Hellborn.
right?
Yeah, right now Hellborn, they know their timing.
Yep. The Hellborn really knows what's up. I think as soon as they got the PK on the Kraken and the... actually, sorry, I'm mistaken. I think Corrupted Disciple's going for the Sinner's Inscription, isn't he? Because he got a tablet here, which I kind of like, actually. Even though it doesn't work against the against Deadwood's Q. And we also see something happening here that we have seen happen a lot. They know they're on their Kongor, so they go to the enemy Kongor. To either like ward up, which they did, or to just do it in this case. But do you think they're gonna be on time?
I don't think you have time. I think
So, it's half HP now, but unless like Hellborn hurries.
Unless Hellborn doesn't know, I think they're just gonna farm woods. They don't have any idea. They think they're in. They think they're in their own woods.
I guess, yeah. They don't have any vision there. So, right, they did actually smoke up, so I think they suspected something at the end. And everyone from the Legion side TP's out, so that's amazing for Legion.
That's super good. Thinking about what Legion did there. I think they just cancelled the token and a really massive push coming from Hellborn.
Yep, and especially that token is such a big deal, because then like the Armadon can play even more frontline and just really commit to everything, right?
Oh, I think there wouldn't have been a token.
No?
I think they would have put it on either Corrupted or Kraken.
I think you put it on Armadon's, because Armadon has the staff, right? The Q bouncing to enemy heroes is...
That's true, it lets him play even more aggressive.
Yeah, and it just allows him to slow like so many people and put so much minus armor on them. That's like, let's say the Deadwood, the Monarch and the Devourer are just going to die from that alone.
That if Armadon would have had a Behemoth's Heart.
Oh yeah, then he wouldn't need it, but Behemoth's Heart is a lot more defensive than something like a staff. And Devour is setting up a Q, which means that he might get hooked. He doesn't even try to hook the Armadon. He says like, I don't want to hook him. Go away, you big fat idiot. And yeah, I understand the sentiment. This time he does actually hook him and he gets eaten. There is a lot of healing incoming, but the Armadon is going dangerously low. The Armadon is going down. And in the backline we see the Kraken ultimate on top of the Belphegor there. Corrupted Disciple going so very low. Corrupted Disciple dying to the tower there for the last end. Artesia now also in the front line where he doesn't really want to be. The Kraken already bolted out. And wow, that is an absolute cleanup. As we see the Legion sides pause at an awkward moment.
Looks like
I guess it was at the end of the team fight, right?
There's some complaints about the lags.
Yeah.
I know personally, sometimes it gets really spiky and it just
Oh yeah,
disrupts your
no,
gameplay.
I played like 1 or 2 scrims with Eston's team. I was ringing for them against. I don't. I think it was against one of the Thai teams basically, and the first game was fine, and the second game I had like 5 seconds delay. It was insane. Like it was so weird. I was playing keeper, and it was just I just could not like cue myself and auto attack someone, because
Yeah.
before I queued myself, I would already be walking outside of like the tree range. It was really awkward. But I think it has
I've
like
been
something
there.
to do with routing, as far as I've heard, right? The way that like the connection is routed through the lines. So sometimes it just gets messed up a little bit without anyone actually able to do anything about it. Apparently, I hope at least that
Yes, it was like a. It was like a
I was fine.
spike lag.
I didn't notice any lags. Did you notice?
No, for me it was.
Yeah, I don't know what they're complaining about. Caster team was just fine. No,
Curation.
so this is definitely like a one-team fight for the Legion side, right?
Yeah.
Why do you
For
think
sure.
that went so well?
The Balfagor silences. It just disrupts almost everything.
Yeah, but I also
It's-
think like that the supporting casters couldn't get to the Armadon, right?
Yeah, that's for instance. And I think Armadon just died a little bit too fast.
Yeah, because he got hooked back like all the way back to the base.
Do you feel like they did this thinking like, it's okay guys, we're strong. It's like they thought they had token. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it did kind of feel like it. I think they were like on the mindset of it doesn't matter if Armadon gets hooked. And I think even like Legion side was on that mindset, because they specifically tried to not hook Armadon. Right?
But then they hooked Armadon. They said,
Yeah, but then they
I
hooked him
think-
like all the way back instead of like to the cliff there, you know. They hooked him
Yeah,
like all the way back to the base. And the base tower was like responsible for 50% of Corrupted Disciples' HP.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because he was just taking hits and hits and hits, and he doesn't have something like life steal.
Even though, do you see now the Sapphire's damage? He's 64 damage only. Corrupted
Oh.
did conduit him like fully.
Oh yeah, he minus 156 damage. So yeah, that's a lot. Minus armor, minus damage from the corrupted. And I guess in that regard, like corrupted does kind of counter the Sapphire, right?
Yeah.
Because all the damage from that shard is just going like, or all the damage on the shard is just going away.
Yeah, basically if you play Sapphire and you get conduited, I think you just have to get to that leash.
Yeah.
Get off the
Anyway,
leash.
for
and then
now,
you can
I
do
also
big
noticed that both Artesia and Kraken managed to pick up a Void.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that is to deal with the Deadwood?
Yeah, with the ulti probably. I think Deadwood right now is just trying to kill Artesia. I think he saw
Yeah.
the real deal. What's going on with Artesia?
Yeah. It did too much healing, right?
Yes.
Although, like, I also don't see a Dreamcatcher on the Legion side, which I feel
Which
like
is
they
kinda
should
weird.
have,
They should have.
right?
But yeah.
Even Hellborn side should have picked up a Dreamcatcher, I'd say.
I think it should have been on Balfagor maybe instead of that Arcana.
Honestly, it could have been on Deadwood easily as well.
On Deadwood easily as well, yeah, that's true.
Even Devour can... Even Devour.
Oh, I think
Although Devour, of course, is poor.
Yeah. Doesn't have the net worth.
Yep. But anyway, for now, like on the Hellborn side as well, because you don't need to use it offensively. If you use it defensively, like everything that you heal is getting amplified.
Yep.
Especially with, like, you have an Artesia with the Rhapsody, you got so much healing in your team.
Mm-hmm.
You need to actually use it. Anyway, we see Armadon with 3.2k gold. What do you think he's gonna buy?
Oh, Brute Laser. Okay.
Wait, he did? Wait,
Yes. Yeah, that's a brutalizer.
He has like less than 1 auto attack per second.
I think he's aiming for that Oblivion Hammer, so he can go all in on Sapphire.
Yeah, but don't you need like a demonic would have been better still?
I think you need a Shrunken so you can keep attacking.
Oh yeah, actually that's true, because you don't take any damage from Sapphire at that point.
Yeah, and basically you can get ulted by Sapphire also.
Yep. Although
Can
that's
limit-
also a bit of like a danger, because then if Sapphire ultimates the entire supporting cast but you,
You're kind of in danger, yeah, that's true.
because that's the problem with it. Because yeah, Sapphire ultimate of course does not go through Shrunken, so they can often play it kind of like sneaky with that, where you can like box or like pick out the carry from everyone else. That's for lack of a better word of it. Everyone is kind of grouped up for now. They're kind of afraid of like each other. I'm guessing they don't have a lot of vision, although the Legion side is a very good ward on the cliff near the Conqueror. That's going to run out any second.
They do see Armadon formations, but they don't know about the rest.
It feels like that the Hellborn side also know that they know. Because
Yep.
they're kind of like chilling behind a little bit, and even Corrupted Disciple smoked right on top of him, who actually did manage to finish the Sinner. So that means that he's going to have a little bit more survivability, and also, of course, that tablet aspect that allows him to do a lot. And Monarch also finishing the Sinner, so of course
also
that goes
Belphegor has
both ways.
Hellflower.
Oh, that is actually big. They don't have any kind of purge on the elite, or sorry, on the Hellborn side. With Artesia, I think he's going for that has to be like a spell sonder, right?
Yeah. Do you think Belphegor is gonna aim for PK next time? If he has that Hellflower?
Yeah, I would have honestly liked him to get a PK before the Hellflower, because
Alright,
it
then.
is too important to hit the backline with
Yeah,
your
that's true.
ultimate.
That's true.
Question is, are you going to actually have time to PK in? Because the Armadon just cancels your PK so easily. And you want, of course, to have like a little bit of charges before you go in with the ultimate. Oh, and that's on a hook on the Armadon. Armadon actually gets eaten by the Devour. The barrier gets procced, and so they kind of back off. Not really that much was used from either side, though. The Corrupted Disciple gets hooked this time, though. And that's a way bigger deal, but this time there was no eat. So, and the Belphegor gets Kraken ultimated. Kraken is a lot of danger. Now Kraken goes down instantly. That's a huge burst. Corrupted Disciple gets punched by Deadwood. The Artesia ultimate gets cancelled. Armadon gets hooked back by the Devour. A buyback from Belphegor as well. And Devour wants to eat the Armadon. Armadon gets eaten a little bit, but he just got silenced right now. The shard goes down once again. Armadon is so much in the front line here. The Sapphire blocks the hook on the Armadon. That would have hooked the Armadon all the way back to base, but a little bit of bad communication there from the Legion side. That's unfortunate, and that honestly may have cost them a kill on the Armadon there. Sungpop is on point with these bloody hooks, man.
Yep. I think that was a little bit of miscommunication.
Yeah.
What they want to do.
And
'Cause I
also
think
Oh, that's not a hook on the Corrupted Disciple. Corrupted Disciple this time does not have the Shrunken, but he does, of course, have a little bit of team support still there, and that means that he is going to be fine for a little bit, and he goes down. Kraken and Armadon are now on the run and in danger. They're in danger a lot. Sapphire is all the way in front line, but that means that he is also in danger himself from this Armadon, because Armadon smells blood. Armadon goes in. Armadon gets the kill. The shard is down, though. They are killing the shard. There's so much healing coming out from this Hellborn side.
Jesus.
The Rhapsody and the Artesia, they're just healing and healing and healing. And they're not going down. The Sapphire stun does not actually connect. So Artesia tries to TP out. Not actually able to. I think there was a Hellflower from the Belphegor that stopped the TP there. And meanwhile, the Armadon is full HP again.
But no mana.
No mana, sorry. It's 1k mana pool, but it's not enough. And actually, they're trying to go for the Sapphire, but the Rhapsody is the only one with mana here to actually deal with that. Sapphire wants to go for more, but I think maybe they should think about just kind of resetting.
That was
But
2 buybacks coming
holy
from
crap.
Legion side.
It is unfortunate that we don't have like a healing statistic in this game.
Yes, I think Artesia off the charts.
But because that would have been like just Artesia and Rhapsody, both of them, honestly. Because you have to keep in mind the E from the Rhapsody, it increases healing done by 20%.
Yes.
So
also
that's
cast speed also.
yeah, and like it just gives so much healing from this Artesia. Like, because I will give compliments to the Hellborns of the Legion side. They've been dealing with these shards, not the shards, the essence protection, really well. As Artesia also picked up a spell sunder before, even prior to last team fight. But they've been on point on the essence protection. They've been like just focused on it and dealing with it very fast. That's like Artesia's even then still provides a lot of healing. And yeah, I don't see any other way to deal with that besides something like a Dreamcatcher. So I'd say even now it's likely still worth it to get it on the Devour or on the Deadwood. But it seems like Deadwood is going for like a Shrunken, which is understandable, of course. Even just to deal with the Armadon slow and stuff. Because the Deadwood has not been impactful this game, I'd say.
I think at this point, it's
no,
really
but even
hard
up
for
to
them
this
come
point.
back. Yeah.
But yeah, even though like it looks like the GPM charts, oh sorry, the gold charts, it looks really even with an 52% of the gold on the Hellborn side and 48% on the Legion side. This looks like Hellborn's side is very much ahead right now.
Yeah.
And I think that is part because of the strength of the Artesia and the Rhapsody and the
Aggressiveness
the
of
like
Armadon.
yeah, the Armadon of course as well as the frontliner, but also the inability of Legion side to deal with him.
Yeah.
Yes, like the Armadon just gives so much minus armor and that kind of stuff. That it's so difficult for the Legion side to stay in those team fights for a prolonged amount of time. And we see the Belphegor smoke up here a little bit. As Kraken and the Corrupted Disciple are also smoked up in the top lane. So they're trying to... Belphegor wants to hit the back line. That's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, for sure. He should go for either Artesia. I think Artesia is the best.
Yeah, but like, even if you don't manage to kill them, if you manage to silence them for 3 seconds, that should honestly be enough to deal with them.
I mean, optimally it would be for them to kill either Artesia or Rhapsody. I think Artesia is the best.
Yeah, but of course Rhapsody can like save Artesia if you go for him fully.
Yeah.
And he has that void, which means that it's very difficult for the Deadwood to actually go for him. Yeah, but we also already saw the Armadon finish the Oblivion Hammer a while ago, so he is...
Yeah, right now he's a Daimonic. Gets.
Oh, and a Demonic he just picked up. He's a Tonky boy. And Corrupted Disciple gets hooked all the way from Narnia. This means the Corrupted Disciple's in a lot of trouble actually. Corrupted Disciple managed to proc the ultimate, sorry, the Shrunken. His Belphegor went in the back line now. The Armadon is in the front line here. There's a good Kraken ultimate on top of the Belphegor. Belphegor is going down. Belphegor does go down.
Those misses! Oh my god!
He tried to kill the S protection, but he kept missing. He tried to, and Armadon is back in the fray here. The ultimate from the Sapphire is running out. Corrupted Disciple gets punched by the Deadwood. Corrupted Disciple does go down. That's a hook from Narnia on the Armadon. Armadon is taking a lot of damage from the towers here. But Belphegor also brought back in the front line here together with the Deadwood trying to deal with this Kraken who activated his void. Meanwhile, the Armadon finished off the Deadwood who tried to eat, the Devourer who tried to eat him. Belphegor goes down. There's so much minus armor and so much damage coming out from this Armadon, and he's... The bloody Armadon is just not dying.
Oh
man.
Man,
And-
those misses.
At the end, Rhapsody and Artesia are still just standing. They're standing. They're like unharmed. They look like they've just not been through an entire team fight, but just been strolling through the lane. And yeah, that was amazingly played. The team fight coordination on this Hellborn team is insane.
Yeah, that was something.
Yep. That was an absolute joy to watch, but that means that's a 2-0 victory for Lunatir.
The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
So for now, right? It's of course the last. It was a best out of 3, so that is of course means that the Lunatir is going to the grand final, which will be played on the 19th of April. So that's all we're going to see from them for now. But we do have at the moment another game, which is the loser bracket semifinals. With I don't know if we already have the teams that actually won those matches of the.
We do. I think is Estland teams versus Noah.
Okay, so Noah Sky Crew versus. Okay, what? How? Penkui Gaigan?
Penkui Aragan.
Have you been practicing?
No.
How do you do that? How are you so fluent in in Thai or whatever?
I'm a good reader, I guess.
Okay. Neta is a closet genius, is what I'm getting here. He hides it really well, because I've never noticed his genius. But yeah, for now, we see Penkui Garan against Noah Sky Crew, which is going to start in a little bit. I'm guessing it's planned to start in approximately 15 minutes. But we can always see if both teams are ready. But for now, any final thoughts you want to share?
I was really pleased to see Lunatir actually playing really good since the last tourney.
Yeah,
I think I played versus them, and they weren't like this.
Yeah,
they were more scared to make plays, but right now I have seen their confidence.
Yeah, so maybe not as confident in their ability, but they regained it in the meanwhile, and they are putting up a dominating display and some amazing team fight coordination, which means that they are, for now, going to the finals. But yeah, those are some beautiful final thoughts. And we are going to be right back with the loser bracket semifinals, guys. Stay tuned, and we'll see you in a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here because of a small little mistake where we thought that the games were already played and won, but they weren't, which is, well, more content, of course. So I only see this as an absolute plus. For now, we have Noah Sky Crew versus HSR on the Hellborn side, Noah Sky Crew on the Legion side, of course. And we all, of course, have a game that's already underway, which is 23 kills for Legion side, 18 kills for the Hellborn side. And the Legion side is doing quite good right now, I would say. Anyway, I am once again joined by Neda. Hey, man.
Hello.
Hello.
Great to be back.
Yeah, for now, what do you think of these two drafts? If you can just quickly go through this.
I think the Legion strat is pretty standard with the Forsaken and a Tundra.
There's not really that much defensive supports, though, right?
No. I think Noah is known for being aggressive.
No, they've always run like the Iker together with the FA, and even like
Yes.
the Pearl, I think maybe. Although Vindicator is a little bit of defensive support, I'll say.
I think I've seen them running more Vindicator than the Icor.
Okay. Yeah. That doesn't like it does stick out to me a little bit. Although I think they ran a tri lane probably, right? With Vindicator, FA, and Magnus.
And Magnus, probably Magnus running from bottom lane and mid lane between them.
Yeah.
Probably.
I guess that's likely how the lane did now. Actually, as you see initiation on the Behemoth here, Behemoth's under a lot of pressure. This Tundra, I have seen this guy playing the Tundra doing so much work. But the Behemoth is taking a lot of pressure. But the Tundra now is in a lot of danger. Raz actually getting so much damage. That's a 4-second arrow on Second Archer. Second Archer a lot of trouble. Second Archer is taking a lot of damage. Second Archer is running for his life. He's manning up against the Amon Radar. Amon Ra goes down. For, the Valkyrie's now in trouble. Critics with a Hellflower finished them off quite quickly. And Forsaken Archer is somehow running away with 1% HP. Ra goes down by the Grenx. He has no mana at all as he regened there back to full health with the ultimate. But Behemoth still has no, he does not have an ultimate, but he does have it soon in 10 seconds. He was, of course, getting run down by that puzzle box there. But that was an arrow. Holy crap.
Yeah,
4 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, this game is pretty hard for Ra. His mana pool is gonna go.
Oh, Grenx getting there, the Hellflower on the Behemoth, and Behemoth is gonna go down.
Yeah, so what I was saying, Ra is gonna have a really rough game because he can't really go in without Shrunken Head versus Forsaken Snowfire.
Yep.
Because the way Ra's ulti works, if you're low mana pool, if you have low mana, you're gonna revive with no HP.
Yeah, I think it goes down like up to 60% HP. Would fall down to 10% of your HP with no mana at all.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it's enough for you to live like for 2-3 more seconds at most.
Yeah.
He's almost done with his Shrunken, but doesn't have it quite yet. He also notably doesn't really have any other defensive utility, like no Shaman's Headdress. No, there of course isn't that much magic damage coming out from the Legion side, but FA does also have like a sizable amount of magic damage himself. It's not just physical damage coming out from him. So, what do you think about the choice to not go Shaman's Headdress at all?
I think he should have had it way early. But I think it's
Unless he sold it.
Has
Unless he sold it, right? We don't know. We just got here, right?
Nah,
But unless he's, I can't imagine him selling it before he got the Shrunken.
I refuse to think that.
Yeah. He's not that crazy.
No.
Anyway, we see them run in here. We just saw the Valkyrie actually finish and Hypercrown. They're going in. Vindicator's in a very bad spot. For a second, Archer gets jumped, but he gets the Shrunken off, which means that a lot of his damage is actually getting negated. But he is getting very low. He's getting very low, and he goes down with the last couple of auto attacks. But Forsaken Archer did enough damage there, I'll say, to deal with the rest of the Hellborn team. And meanwhile, Forsaken Archer bought back. And there are 5 people dead from the Hellborn side. Versus Hellborn side gets absolutely annihilated there. And that's GG's. Okay, so this means we have our victors now officially and properly for the this was the loser bracket quarterfinals, and they are going to the loser bracket semifinals. And this means that we are going to see Noah Sky Crew versus Nere.
Penku Yaraigan.
Those guys in the loser bracket semifinals. So we'll be going to set that up real quick, and we will see you guys right there.
The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn tower. The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn tower.
All right, people, we are back. We have the loser bracket semi-finals here for you with Nede, what is it called?
Penkui Aragan.
Those guys versus Noah. My name is Archonich. As you should know, I'm joined by Nede, and we are here for the last game of today. And we just saw these guys on the Helborn side here play an quite interesting draft. We've seen it before with the FA and the Tundra, and I think the Magnus was likely to be like something like a tri-lane. So especially the Tundra has been very dominant in their hands. So we see the Legion side here on Eston's team ban both Wild Soul and Tundra. Now those two bans do not really surprise me, but the Calamity in the Kane ban, I don't. I think I've seen them play it for sure. Oh yeah, Iker ban gets banned last. Yeah, none of these, besides the Wild Soul ban, none of them I find super surprising.
Yeah.
But the Wild Soul, like, I've seen it work out a couple of times, but I've seen it fail a lot as well. So what are your thoughts about that?
Oh, I think also is a pretty good ban against Kalik, I think. He plays that a lot.
Yeah.
I think he knows the power of the Wild Soul, and I think I've seen him play versus dual mid as well. I think he knows what to do.
Ah, okay. So it's just something like a comfort pick for them, and
yeah,
it seems like the Legion side is just, we don't want to deal with it. And they first picked a Lords of Forest. I think that's a bit of a comfort pick for them for sure. They've done quite well with it, and it's of course good against like these single solo core heroes, right?
Man, it's a pretty good hero so far.
Yeah, he just soaks up a lot of farm, which is probably going to be Mate's hero, is I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But for now, what do you really want to pick against a Forest? I've seen Corrupted do quite well against it.
Yeah, Corrupted, any hero that can has like escape mechanism.
Yeah, but even if you escape, if he gets the ultimate on it and you're reliant on like something like lifesteal to be in a team fight, you're still going to be in trouble, right?
Yeah. I think Disham doesn't work. I think the E.
I think it does work. I think it sets your health to a percent, or like to a moment, to like a set interval, right?
Maybe I'm mistaken. I think I played. That was so Forest against the Disham.
I can be mistaken as well. I'm not entirely sure, to be probably honest with you.
I guess we'll see this game.
For sure. Okay, so it says the target has their health set to. So
yeah, normally set and heal is not the same.
Yeah. So from the wording, I'm gonna guess that it does like it's.
I think it works. I think it's gonna set the health. It's not the same as heal.
Yeah, exactly. But for now we've seen a Fora and a Magnus pick. The Magnus has seen a little bit of a resurgence, I would say, right? We've seen him a lot more than we used to. But of course, Magnus always this. Magnus is well. Yes, he did get buffed. He also got shadow nerfed that nobody realized. But like a lot of his buffs got like reverted back to the original state without like any mention of it or anyone really noticing. But he does still have the movement speed on his Q after he presses the Q. So at least there's that.
What is the shadow? What do you mean?
Well, okay, chat's gonna hate on me if I go into too much detail. But he got like a buff where he got his strength increased, the range of his Q got increased, the movement speed got added, and he got like if he can cancel his ultimates like by walking normally.
Oh yeah, I know that.
And only like the strength gains, the extra strength gain got removed, and the extra range on his Q got removed.
Oh, okay.
Without like anyone really making note of it.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's still good hero for sure. Like it were just like more quality of life changes. But yeah, the Kinesis also got banned, which is something I made a note of yesterday with like a team that picked up Magnus in the first 3 heroes. and they did not ban Kinesis, but Kinesis also did not get picked up by the other side, so that was definitely surprising to me. But for now, we see the Geomancer pick. That's a lot of heroes with escapes, right?
Mm-hmm.
See Geomancer and Bubbles. So something like Deadwood would of course be insane against that, but Deadwood is one of the first bans this game. So is there any other hero you really want that has like good restraint that you could still pick up here?
Plague Rider.
You would want to pick a Plague Rider against that team?
No.
Kraken is still up, but Kraken is definitely more difficult to hit, right?
Mm-hmm. What else is
Restrain, yeah. It's not that much restrain in this game, right? Of course, you have the Berserker, but Prisoner has restrain, of course, with the W.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, not that much, really. Ragnar with a staff.
Immobilize and restrain are not the same, right?
Immobilize means that you're restrained as well.
Mm-hmm.
But restrain just means that you're. Wait, is that true?
You're not allowed to
use movement abilities.
Yes.
But for example, in Deadwood's queue,
Sir Bensington.
I think you're only immobilized, but that means you also cannot use movement abilities.
Yeah.
So I think restrain just means you cannot use movement abilities, and immobilize is both. And anyway, we see a Tricore pickup on the Legion side here with Magebane, Sir Bensington, and Saphoris. What are your thoughts on this team here?
That's interesting. I think I saw Vulka playing Magebane. Actually.
Vulka playing Magebane. I think
Yes, he actually did last game.
Yeah, so either he picks the Magnus here or the Magebane, but I think Magnus is going to be in position 4 role. And I'm fairly certain Useless Geek does not play Vulka. Does not play Magebane. So I think he's likely going to be Magebane played by Vulka, our resident French person. And that's a Swiftblade pickup. I love Swiftblade against the enemy team here.
Yep.
Even if you get like Saphoris ultimated, like your ultimate makes you invulnerable, your Q can still remove a lot of the damage from the Q and that kind of stuff. And it's just good, right?
Yeah. Pretty good.
So who would you give the edge to?
By looking at the teams, I think the one who initiates has the opportunity to make some plays. But in the fights, I think Legion has a little bit of more fighting stuff because of the Magnus line stun. But as a counter ganking or counter stuff, I think it goes to Hellborn. Can really counter play with Bubbles, with Geo.
Yeah,
I think it all comes up to like swift spinning before stuff happens.
Yeah, so there are a lot of heroes on the Hellborn side that can, if they play really well, they can dodge a lot of abilities. So Swiftblade comes to mind, of course. Bubbles also, Geomancer with the Q. So I think a lot of this game is going to come down to, is Magnus at the right place at the right time?
Yeah, basically. And also Bubbles as well.
Yeah, but like if Magnus is at the right place at the right time, then suddenly like the Bensington stun is so much easier to hit. Magebane has a lot more freedom to go in. The Nymphora stun is easier to hit. Like Bensington can hit his abilities easier.
True.
While trying to hit a Bensington stun on the Bubbles is, like without the setup, is so risky, right?
Yeah. If you come and think about it, the Hellborn side, like either both teams don't have really save. They don't really have like a save hero, like for instance Pearl Or
Yeah, the Demented Shaman, of course, does have a lot of healing.
it's only Disham. That's the thing. He only has the Unbreakable. I don't think
Yeah,
the
but
healing wave
you
is
don't really
gonna...
need to save a lot of the heroes on the
No,
Hellborn side. You just need to keep them alive for a little bit, and then they can save themselves.
yeah, that's true.
With bubbles like the Bubbles Q, and they cover Geomancer digging out, Subblade spinning.
Spinning out. Yeah. He loves HoN.
I love. Yeah, I'm tempted to call him a Kui right now, but I can't anymore since I know what that means. But
So
anyway, for now,
let's look over the lanes. I think
yeah,
we see
for
like
now,
a tri-lane top. On the side.
yeah, tri-lane with the Magmus, Nymphora, and Bensington, Magebane solo against what seems like 2 dual lanes and a solo Bubbles. This is, I think, ideal for the Hellborn.
Yes, that's a super ideal for the Hellborn.
So the Bubbles may die, but he'll definitely get some XP in the top lane. Because the Bensington cannot really initiate properly on the Bubbles. And I will say though, the Bensington plus Nymphora has always been like such a good combo to me. Because Bensington usually goes in with the line stun, but he's quite squishy after that usually. And quite like in danger and in the front line. And the Nymphora stun Nymphora heal bomb just gives him so much like room to breathe in a lot of cases. If there's any sort of counter initiation. So yeah, I love that. For now, we see Geomancer sitting in the mid lane. He may be setting up for a first blood actually, if the Sephoris is a little bit overconfident. And it's Sephoris on Aston. Mate is playing the Bensington, I just noticed.
Yeah. What I think? Okay, we're
gonna... and Bensington, sorry, the Aston in the mid lane. The Sephoris is a little bit in danger. That's a little bit too much. That's 2 stuns, and I think that Sephoris is not going to be able to survive that. The Demented Shaman sat a little bit back on top of the hill, not showing that he was there for the first blood, but for the dual mid, I should say. But yeah, that was well played by them. Aston clearly, Sephoris clearly not expecting the Geomancer to be there. Which means that this is a good start for the Hellborn, right?
Yep, definitely.
Okay, so they are making rotations. We see Nymphora go bottom together with the Magebane, and Magmus went in the mid lane to dual lane with Sephoris. Now, I don't know about these rotations, because...
No, I think you should mainly put Magnus bottom.
Yeah, because
that's the only way it could work.
The Magmus is kind of losing his place here, as you said.
Yep.
And the Bensington against the Bubbles, I think Bubbles wins that.
Yep.
Because the Bubbles is just going to harass him over and over and over again.
If Bubbles just takes cover the joust from Bensington, he's more than fine.
Yep.
And what I point out from Hellborn's draft, the fact that Magmus got forced out of top lane, he can go mid, that's for sure. Because dual lane mid with double melee, it's not gonna work at all.
Nope, and especially not with like Sephoris and Magmus. If you have like 2 strong stunners or something, you can maybe do something, but not with these 2 heroes. And meanwhile, because they indeed, as you said, like they rotated like this, their other lanes are suddenly going to suffer. So I would have definitely kept the Nymphora in the top lane and then send Magmus to roam a bit, to help bottom a little bit, to maybe help middle a little bit with a ward or something. But in the mid lane, meanwhile, we see Nymphora being initiated upon. The heal goes out, but it's not popped in time, actually. Now, Pebbles is taking a lot of damage, but there's no mana on the Sephoris, which means that he cannot actually finish off the Pebbles. So this is going very well for the Hellborn side here, with 2 kills on these in the mid lane already. And Sephoris just managing to pick up his bottle, which means that he's like very late. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, if we look at the Geomancer against the Magebane, both heroes here are taking quite a bit of rest damage. Actually, that's a nice jump from Vulca, actually. I think he denied like an HP pot there from the Geomancer, which means the Geomancer may actually have to go back to base, and Subblade Magnus stuns the Swift Blade, but Magnus does not have his Steam Bath yet, so that seems greedy. Swift Blade, of course, like can just spin him down quite easily at that point. And okay, so the lane Swift Blade versus Mage Bane. Who do you think? Who do you give the edge to?
Normally Mage Bane should be fine against. I think it's pretty even. Nobody gonna die 1v1.
Yeah.
Well, it just depends on what kind of support do you have, what the second hero on your lane is.
Yeah, so in this case it's a Magnus versus Geomancer, and Geomancer definitely has the edge here.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's level 3 also on the Geomancer. Oh,
but the bottom lane, sorry, we see the Geomancer going quite low, but Magnus is in a bit of trouble now. The spin is going to connect on him, and he's going down. Now, the Mage Bane is going for more here. The Geomancer is likely going down. Yes, that is dead, a Geomancer. We also saw the Demented Shaman actually pick up the Invis rune. I think they saw that. So Force has been playing a little bit careful, but in the top lane, meanwhile, this might actually be a dead Bensington if he's not careful. Because I'd say Bensington is playing quite careful, but they actually here initiated with the Shell Surf, and the TP got cancelled on the Bensington because the Q from the Man Shaman procs right after. And Bensington goes for the turn, and that's a dead Bubbles. Oh, that's actually a huge turn. He gets his boots. Is he going to be able to survive? The TP gets cancelled somehow, I think, in the top lane. He doesn't have any mana though, so I don't think he's going to live here in any way, shape, or form. No, he's not. But, yeah, that was... Initially, it looked like a very bad place for Bensington to be in. It actually happens to be a turn from the Bensington on the Bubbles. Bensington notably does not have a single point in his E, which may actually have given him the damage that he needed there. And Vulka gets a kill on the Swift Blade. That's huge for them here. He's very low, but he does eventually manage to finish him off there. And Pebbles running to the bottom lane. Now, I smell a dead Frenchman in the future. Oh, and he dodges the stun! Oh, that's huge, actually. I don't think they had any vision of him there, so that was just him, like, reacting super fast. And look, this Bensington ultimates into the stacks there. Pebbles was in the bottom lane, so Pebbles wasn't there. They know the stacks were there because they have a good ward, and they're just going to clean it up. And Geomancer comes over, Bubbles runs over, Swimblade runs over. Everyone of the Hellboard team is colliding. They might actually get a kill on the Man Shaman here. Yes, the Man Shaman goes down the cape, not enough to save him. But here comes the Geomancer, here comes the Swiftblade spinning down on the Sulfuras. The Bubbles also joins the party. Sulfuras running for his life. The turtle becoming a projectile. And they're trying to finish the Sulfuras, but Sulfuras is just so bloody fast. Can he unleash his inner Sunk Pop? Oh, the Shell Surf misses! And oh, it's just not enough time for the Forest to pour it out there. Meanwhile, we see the Fairy, the Nymphora die to neutrals. So that was a huge turn for the Legion team there. They clean up all the stacks that the Man Shaman made because the Pebbles ran to the bottom lane. And with the little bit of AoE ability that they have with the Bensington and Nymphora and the Magnus, they managed to clean up everything that the Hellborn has spent like a lot of time stacking.
Yeah, I think that was pretty worth it for the Legion side.
Absolutely, they got like a 1-for-1 basically.
Yeah, 1-for-1, and this way
and another death, but that was denied to the what's his face, to the creeps, to the neutrals.
The creeps, yeah. You're probably gonna cancel Pebbles PK for like maybe 3 minutes.
Yeah, and if you can delay Pebbles PK by like a couple of minutes, that means that suddenly a lot of your players are not like in danger anymore. Like in
danger zone, yeah, exactly.
Because danger zone for Pebbles is basically around the 1k HP mark, right? Everything above that you're relatively safe, and everything below that you're in danger.
Yeah, and basically you let your maybe teammates have time to buy vests. Or
even like a Fortified Bracer, honestly, I've seen work out like really well. And meanwhile, sorry, this Force is actually in a lot of danger here himself. There's an Invis rune on him, which is going to save him. The stun from the Pebbles actually hits. The chuck on top. The Force is so low. The Force survives though. The Bubbles Q not enough. Oh, that was right on the edge. But look at this now. The
That was
entire Legion
really
jungle
weird.
stacked.
That was really weird, because they had 2 heroes actually near the rune, and Safaris snatched it right in front of their faces.
Yeah, I guess like Sephoris is just right-clicking the rune a little bit faster or a little bit more precise than the other two. But
Bubbles and Geo could have taken it. Like they had like
yeah, so Geo maybe should have waited with his stun until the moment that the rune spawned, so they could have at least secured it or something, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. I think that
Anyway.
led them to be
Yeah.
like two deaths.
Because they also didn't have any revelations in general to
Yeah.
like reveal the infantry in there. So that's they did have the Geo W, of course, which does reveal, but they used it prior to him using the Invis rune there. And I hear Nymphora boarding somewhere.
Oh,
That
alright.
is to the enemy jungle. But there's not really anything there to take anymore. I don't think they saw this. Oh, that's initiation on the Geomancer. That is a Q from Sephoris and an ultimate from Sephoris, which means that the Geomancer, the worm, is going to fall quite quickly. That's a very aggressive use of the Nymphora teleport, and I love it.
They placed the 2 reverts exactly at the same time. If you watch the timers, exactly at the same time. It is.
No, the one from What You Got is 1 second later.
Is it?
Yeah. So What You Got
Oh
is
yeah,
at
you're
fault.
right. It's not even 1
What
second.
You
I
Got
think
is at fault.
yeah,
Yep.
it's the ping issue.
Reported What You Got for griefing his teammates. Absolutely. Meanwhile, we see Bubbles in the bottom lane against the Mage Bane. Now, I'd say Mage Bane is one of the few heroes that can easily deal the Bubbles.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and Mage Bane picks up a Shaman's headdress and I saw a PK pick up on the Pebbles. So
he's
Mage
gonna
Bane
go
is
in.
playing very aggressively. I think Pebbles might go bottom, honestly. I think together with the Bubbles, if the Bubbles brings him a little bit low, because yes, he has got a lot of magic armor, but he can still die quite easily.
Yeah, what I wanna see from Vulca, pick up the Toxin Claw.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
if
That's a
he
must,
sees
right?
Pebbles mid, he's probably gonna see him walking. He knows
Oh,
he didn't
and they
use
initiate on the Sephoris. Sephoris gets jumped here by the Pebbles. There's another stun from Geomancer and ultimate on top. But Bensington comes here for the turn. They want something in return, but he is kind of afraid about committing. Actually, never mind. They stun in the backline. They stun the Pebbles. And Geomancer goes in under the Bubbles, and the Bubbles falls instantly. Oh, that's huge. The Geomancer does not have any mana to support his team. Mage Bane is in on the prowl here. On the Man Shaman. They want more out of this. They can get more, and they're going to get more. The Mage Bane gets blocked by creeps there, but Weston connects the stun onto the Demented Shaman, and the Demented Shaman goes down. Now, that was actually pretty huge for them.
That was a pretty good counter gank coming from Legion side. They saw that Pebbles went in from Sulfuris and they instantly ported. And they got 3 kills, if I'm not mistaken, so that was a 3-for-1.
Yep, absolutely. Sephoris did go down, of course, which is unfortunate, but Sephoris does
Can
have
easily
some...
recover.
Yeah, so if they just keep stacking for him, he's gonna be fine. And he's 400 GPM, he's not doing bad or something. The Bensington only at 350 is surprising considering his score.
I think
And actually, Bensington might be in a little bit of trouble if he doesn't go back, which he does correctly. Pebbles and Geomancer roaming together to the top lane. And they're applying pressure with that PK. They're trying to get the tower in the top lane now. Mage Bane is completely safe. I absolutely agree with you, by the way. Toxic Claw is like a must-have item on the Mage Bane.
yeah.
There's not much like room for debate there. It's the same thing on the Dark Lady for me. Like, it's a different hero once you get that item, right?
Yeah, you need it. 100%. You.
Oh, in mid lane,
Almost
sorry.
all the
Magnus
carries.
is getting connected by the stun from Geomancer and Pebbles. Pebbles initiating with the PK. And Geomancer being right in position to connect on top of the Magnus there. So Magnus trying to get a little bit of farm. But unfortunately, not enough to actually save him there. Do you think Sephoris should also try to get something like an Shaman Tetris?
Oh, definitely. They should. I think you see Bubbles, Geo, Pebbles.
Yeah.
It's too much magic damage.
Now I do know that the Pebbles loves to go for spell shards, and actually Bubbles in the bottom lane. Bubbles in the bottom lane is going low. Bubbles in the bottom lane is in danger, and the turtle goes down to the Mage Bane with those auto attacks and the bloody mana drain. Oh, that's a frustrating ability to play against for sure. But Fullakabble's not afraid of any kind of team support, and I think we might be going to see something like an Alchemist Bones, right? As actually Nephora ported into the enemy jungle, but they ported right on top of a Revort, so they know that they're there. But Pebbles is now smoked up, Magma's there as well. They're going in on the Managed Shaman. There are 4 people here from the Legion side, and Pebbles does not want to go in there on the enemies, because, yeah, 4 is more than 2. What do you do here as the Helder side? 'Cause you're kind of losing grip on this game, right?
Yes and no at the same time. I think we see Swiftblade getting his rune decks.
Yeah.
He's sitting on the
sorry,
board.
Magebane bottom. Sorry, Magebane is getting initiated upon by the Pebbles. Pebbles has a haste rune. That is the ultimate and the stun from the Geomancer. It's not quite enough. Geomancer was just not close enough to actually connect those abilities on the Magebane to stun him and lock him down enough. And it was actually the Managed Shaman that ported in. I thought, Pebbles gets jumped here by the Magebane, but Magebane, he drains some mana from the Pebbles. I guess he's happy with that, because then he cannot return. And Sophorus is in position here to maybe connect some abilities on the Pebbles. Pebbles gets actually hit by the Sophorus ultimate. The Managed Shaman gives him the cape, and I think the Managed Shaman accepted his death the moment he saw the Sophorus. Because he doesn't have boots yet.
Basically, yes.
Actually, the Geomancer gets stunned by Magnus. The Benz then connects on top of it, and that's a very good setup stun from the Magnus on the Geomancer there. And this is why the Magnus stun is so important here, right?
Yeah, that's instantly.
It's one of the safest stuns in the game, I'll say.
Yeah.
Because not only is it like, you know, a very fast, and it's also a stun that lasts for 2.15 seconds.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And it's like, even at all levels, right? Because a lot of the stuns in this game, like, for example, Pebble stun is another one that lasts for 2 seconds at all levels. But as the bubbles goes down by the Bensington, and if we look, for example, at the Bensington, his stun is staggered. It starts at 1.25 seconds, and it ends at 2 seconds. So only the last level of the stun is very long.
Yeah.
So he needs those levels, but Magnus doesn't really need levels, and even like at level 6 or 5, he's still very effective in the mid lane. They want to do something, choose not to, because there's too many people behind. Even a Magnus with an Invis rune sitting right on top of them. They may have seen that, because they have a ward up the cliff there. But meanwhile, they also see a lot of people rotating to the bottom lane, so the Magebane is rightfully going back. He sees the Geomancer. He's actually not really afraid at all. That Geomancer together with the Pebbles go in, but the Magebane is still quite alive. Magebane is not alive anymore. He goes down by the Swiftblade ultimate. Now the Geomancer is maybe in a bit of danger. The Geomancer goes down. They're trying to get the Swiftblade, but Swiftblade runs away. There's not actually enough catch from the Benston and the Sephorus to really deal with that. Meanwhile, the Man Shaman is in danger here from the supporting cast from the Legion side. The Man Shaman goes down, so all in all, that is well, basically 2 supports go down to kill the Magebane. I don't think they're too unhappy with that.
Yeah, I think that's okay with Hellborn. But
like,
those Swiftblade ulti bounces, they were straight on point.
Yeah, they. I think one of them went on Sephorus, who was right next to him, but everything else went on the Magebane.
It was like homecoming missiles.
Yeah. he directed them.
Yes.
It's like B-Pro with Plague Rider or something. they can target the bouncers where they go. In the bottom lane, sorry, the Bubbles, just one stun and a couple of auto attacks and the Bubbles goes down. Yeah, Bubbles is an annoying hero to catch usually, but if you catch him, he goes down really easily. And the Bubbles really does not have the biggest impact this game. He's 0, 5, and 2.
No, Legion side is controlling Bubbles
pretty well.
Legion have
I think they've
destroyed
seen it. What kind of stuff those Bubbles players can do. Just disrupt the game, split push
Yeah.
a lot.
You just need
And,
like a hero that can deal with the bubbles, that can like close the distance or something reliably and
We
effectively.
seen it for a port. We seen it for a port
Oh.
top lane.
Do they want to defend this? The tower is down. And Magebane is here in the front line, but Magebane jumps in very aggressively, but that means maybe a bit of a mistake, because Magebane instantly goes down. Pebbles has spell shots now, which means that actually he does a lot more damage to that Magebane with the Shaman's Headdress. So, not enough team support from the Legion side there. A bit too overconfident by the Magebane jumping in.
Ooh, mid lane.
Manly in the meanwhile, yeah, the Bubbles ultimates the Benston. Benston just takes the stun because he figured that the Pebbles is still on the left side and not close enough to actually support him there. And the Hellborn side, they've smelled blood, right? They knew they know that the Magebane is dead. They know that the Hellborn likely doesn't want to fight with that Magebane dead, so they're capitalizing on that and trying to get any stuff, right? Trying to get towers, they're trying to push and pressure. And for now, as things quiet down a little bit and we get time to breathe.
I really like Sulfuris's build.
Yeah, okay, so Forrest did not go for the Shaman's Headdress. Instead, he went for the Gnomes, which I also do love on Forrest, actually.
Yeah.
It's the Snooki build, right?
Yeah.
It is.
It is. Yeah, Snooki started with Gnome's Wisdom on Sulfuris.
Yeah, exactly. In the top lane, look at this though. Magebane and the Magmas are gonna collapse on top of the Diminished Shaman here. There is a good vision from the Legion side, because they have this ward near the Ancients there. Meanwhile, the Worm goes down to the Magebane. And... Wait, what?
Yes.
It's a denied.
Oh, actually you're right.
Wait, no, Magebane killed the Diminished Shaman.
And I think Sulfuris Dreamcatch the
Force has Dreamcatch. Oh, sorry. In the mid lane, they get initiated upon. The Magmas, they use the storm already. That means the Magmas goes down. There's the Benston flying in, but Benston instantly gets melted by the Swift Slashes and the Pebbles. And that was a rough fight for the Legion side. And this is the squishiness of that Bensington. Like, it's very predictable where the Benston is gonna be because of that ultimate. So you can always kind of deal with him if you just have the spells available. And this time they did. And meanwhile, we see Bubbles in the bottom lane is kind of chilling there. He picked up a light brand before Boots.
Oh, are they gonna catch him?
Oh, sorry. Pebbles jumps into the trees there and actually catches the Magebane and throws him back to his team. Oh, that's an insane play by the Pebbles. He knew something was up. I don't know if they saw him with like the Geomancer dig. I don't think they did. But I was about to compliment Fulka on how, like, basically it's like map awareness that they were there with a lot of people. But it doesn't matter. Pebbles just reads the Frenchman like a book. And meanwhile, Pebbles in the bottom lane also snipes the Magmas. And I think the Magmas had nothing to do there.
Yeah.
There was no reason for him to be down there.
So what happened?
Do, of course, they have a really good ward on top of the cliff there, but yeah, as the Magmas, go to another lane and try to push it or something, right? Just be anywhere besides right there in the lane with their 5 people from the enemy side, just like 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, basically they didn't let the Frenchman go with the boat bottom.
Yeah, true, actually.
And
but I think
Fulka should have been there.
Yeah, Fulka was like doubted a little bit too much. Or the Magebane, sorry. And he should have just teleported out a long time ago.
Yeah. I didn't know. I don't know.
Oh, Swiftblade in the finds the Magnus like kind of fails his stun there. Gets stuck inside of the cliff. And I have to question how comfortable Magnus is on that. The useless geek player is on that Magnus, because while he got some like good things done early game, he's not really finding his place right now. I do know that he's not really the longest running competitive player for lack of better words, right? He doesn't have the most experience with it. And they're really wanting to defend his bottom ward here. And actually, this Pebbles misses his stun, unfortunately, on that Mage Bane. Which means that the Mage Bane is going to live another day. Swiftblade with that mock doing a lot of work in the top lane. Benson gets stunned by the bubbles and the Geomancer and actually goes down. That's a Sand Scepter on the Geomancer, which is likely what made him so easy. And buyback from Bensington. They want to kill this Pebbles, which they do. I do have to question if that was a necessary buyback though.
It's so unnecessary, I think. We basically spent like 1k gold, I suppose. He's like
something like that.
For what? 100 gold?
Yeah, and also like I think the Pebbles would have already likely died. Pebbles already has his PK. Is no like timings you can stop from him there. Yep. And Bensington really needs his gold right now. He's not getting a lot of space to farm. He is contesting himself or his own farm with 2 other people. And maybe he's gonna be in danger again, because we look at the bottom lane, we see Geomancer together with the Swiftblade actually colliding here on the Bensington. Bensington gets slowed by the Frostburn, and that means that the Bensington is likely going to be in trouble. No, the stun hits from Nymphora, that means the Sand Scepter also connects, and the Bensington goes down, and now Nymphora is in a lot of trouble. He is trying to unleash his Ender Sync Pop, and he's actually going to be able to. No, the TP gets cancelled, and the Geomancer smells a fairy in the trees, and with that, he's gonna be able to actually cancel the Nymphora port. So, well played by Geomancer there. Nymphora clearly not sunk pop enough.
Okay, now we know what works against Sunk. It's Dust and Geo.
And Geomancer, true. Geomancer, probably Tundra works as well. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. But the Swiftblade is just playing so aggressive. He got his Cleaver done. He got his Shroud done quite early then. And he has been playing on the enemy side like all that time ever since. Because I'm guessing that like, aside from the Magma stun, he doesn't have that much to fear, does he?
Yep. I think and the other thing is, maybe it's not for his ult if he's like not really tanky, but right now he's really tanky, like 1700 HP. Which is a lot for Swiftblade.
And a null stun. Oh, he actually manages to dodge the Magma stun. That was a huge play actually. So Geomancer whiffs a little bit. Mage Bane in the back line. Pebbles is stuck. Pebbles is stuck on top of the cliff there. He can't move. Oh, he finally gets unstuck, but he's going to die to Dreamcatcher. Most likely knows he's gonna live actually. So Forrest, Magmas and Benson now in a lot of trouble. Swiftblade still alive and working now. He's gonna fall at the end. The Magma's last surviving member of his team. No, the Force actually buys back and wants to make something happen. But I don't know if he's gonna get something, because he doesn't have a PK or something. The Pebbles chills on out of there. And oh, that was actually... to add insult to the injury, I don't think he's gonna die from that.
I don't
That's
think
a
so.
level... Oh, it's a level 16 ultimate though. No, right? No, 3 seconds left. He buys Vestments and he's gonna be fine in the end there.
He also got the mighty blade.
Oh, that's beautiful. I don't know if you saw that, but there's this spot on the left side of the stairs, and the Pebbles peek into that, but it's a stock spot. You cannot walk out of it.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
And he was right in the middle of there, just like moonwalking, trying to get something happen. I think the Magmas jumped on him and he got like tossed somewhere else. Oh, that was a chaotic teamfight for sure, but I think that's beautifully started with Magmas, the Swiftblade actually dodging the Magma stun with his Q.
Yep.
And that's some insane timing. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see the Mage Bane jumping, trying to get something done, but the team support just isn't really quite there for him to do something with. And also, he doesn't have his Toxicals yet. Which also makes him a little bit less capable of setting up for his team. So, Swiftblade, of course, has the Nullstone. My boy also still is carrying a Wind Whistle.
T-Smoke.
Oh, and it's T-Smoke, sorry, 5 people collapsing on top. I think the Manic Shaman is gonna be... Oh, that is an unfortunate pulse. Okay, so both teams are actually lagging. So, okay, yeah, this is both teams are clearly lagging here, but the Demanded Shaman is likely going to fall here. 5 people are grouped up from the Legion side, but I think this pause is likely going to benefit the Hellborn side more than the Legion side.
Yes.
Because the Hellborn side gets to, like, coordinate right now.
Yeah, coordinate right now. They have time to save a little bit of seconds to port, to see if it's worth it to port, what to do.
Yeah, if they want to fight this. Do they have uphill vision? They don't, right? No, they don't.
They don't,
So
but they see everything at the
I
time.
don't know if they've seen Infora.
Oh wow.
Right?
Yeah, but they know everyone is there.
Yeah, they should know.
But we see they have a Bubbles on the left side.
Yeah, Bubbles, I think, just ported. No, actually, he's ported still on cooldown.
No, he was still there.
No, I wanted to say just ported in, but he did not port in. He was just chilling there.
Yeah,
his Q is on cooldown though, so and his PK is on cooldown as well. So it's gonna take a little bit of time for him to actually get there. Swiftblade is fine because he's shrouded out. Magmus kind of stunned Conqueror and nothing else.
He used stun, yeah, that's true.
Pebbles has everything besides PK up. So,
to be fair, I think if you can take the fight a little bit away from Kongor, so your Swift Slashes don't go on Kongor, they should take this.
Yeah, also, Kolik is carrying dust, so that means that Magmus is likely able to be killed here by the Hellborn side. So the Demanded Shaman is definitely gonna fall here, but I'm curious to see what the other side... Oh, they want to fight this. They're in. Bensington gets stunned by the pebbles and by everything, and that means that Bensington... No, Bensington stays alive. Bensington stays alive for so long, but the Swift Slashes are doing so much work. Sephorus is tanking it. The Sephorus gets his ultimate off of the Swiftblade. Swiftblade is likely going to go down, if I'm not mistaken here. From the Sephorus ultimate, a couple of seconds. Yes, that is a dead Swiftblade now. The only... What?
Swiftblade didn't press W. And
but
after
that doesn't
the
matter. You would have died still.
Yeah, that's true. But still.
Yeah, so like even if the last hit connected there, I just noticed Geomancer has a Shaman Tetris. That's a tanky worm.
Yeah, that's a super tanky worm.
Actually, he's on 317 GPM this game. He is doing amazingly.
Actually,
because that's a roaming Geomancer more or less, I'll say.
Yeah.
Compare that to the Magmus this game, who is struggling at 170 GPM. But I think like a Geomancer has a lot more options to do things than a Magmus does.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Because like a Geomancer provides a lot more damage than a Magmus. Because the ultimate's a lot easier to connect basically without a PK. And you can farm...
Block a lot of stuff that Geo can provide.
Yeah. Like also you can like nuke waves kind of as Geomancer with the Q to W. So yeah.
You don't really need to be on the lane. You need to press Q, W, and then you can dig out, or you get like a PK.
Well, Magmus actually needs to be like inside the creep wave, and generally it's just not that tanky early on. I think the Geomancer is also quite tanky. He has 2 strength per level, is honestly not bad for what I assume is an intelligence hero. Yeah, he is. They are just going to continue Kongor, this time with some Reforts down and maybe some good vision. They have like a vision up on the cliff in the river there. So yeah, they see what's happening. And also I think the smoke might still be on cooldown for the Legion side. So they are going to easily take this Kongor here. Which means that is a 1 Kongor down for the 1 Kongor kill for the Hellborn side, while Legion's Kongor is fully up and running here. Now, Geomancer is setting up something, right? He's going to ward there, but they know. They should see this ward. It takes a couple of seconds, but yes, they see that ward, and they know that the worm is here right now. And Sephorus is kind of in an awkward spot, although Sephorus does have haste. But yeah, Sephorus, we saw, like, if the Swift Slashes connect on him, he is still gonna die. It doesn't really matter how tanky he is right now. He does, of course, have a Satyr's Inscription. He has a Gnome's Wisdom. He has a Dreamcatcher, which I love on him here.
Do you see the rewards near the Kongor?
Yeah, absolutely. There's rewards everywhere.
Now again, 2 rewards.
Oh, they did it again! 2 rewards right on top of each other. Oh my god. The second time. Okay, this time... I don't know which one is... they actually said that. Okay, Pebbles gets jumped here by the Magnus and the Magebane. Pebbles is going to be fine. In the backline, we see a Geomancer ultimate connect. So Force is in so much danger. Former ult gets stunned by the Bubbles ultimate. So Force is surviving with a couple of speeds. So Force goes down, though. That's a good Magnus stun, though, hitting like 2 or 3 people. The Magebane is getting low. The Magebane is running for his life. Bensington is in the backline somehow. I don't know. I don't think he bought back, but he's not really doing anything. Where was the Bensington in that fight?
Where was the Magebane ulti on the Bubbles?
I think Magebane ultimate tried to, Magebane tried to ultimate a couple of times. I saw the animation, but it didn't really connect.
I think he just got silenced, I guess, right?
Silenced, take cover. Oh, in the top lane. Bensington goes down to the Bubbles and the Pebbles.
Bensington got tableted at the last second by the Bubbles. By the... I'm sorry, Pebbles.
Oh, that's rough.
Her name.
Yeah. Now you're doing what I'm always doing. Wrong names. No, but that was a very beautifully executed team fight. They initially went on the Pebbles with the Magebane and the Magnus, who used his tablet to actually get over the cliff and get himself to safety. And the Forest just got wrecked by the Swift Slashes there. But what I don't know is what happened to the Bensington. Where was he that team fight?
I completely spaced out and I didn't see where Bensington was.
The fact that you didn't see him is a little bit telling as well, right?
I guess so.
Because I don't know where he was, but he definitely wasn't in the middle of the fight where he probably should be. Anyway,
this game, Swift ultis were on point.
Yeah, absolutely. Swiftblade in general played amazing this game, because I also saw him dodge like a Magnus stun with a Swiftblade Q. Now that's a Magnus with a PK.
Yep.
Like you need to react before he PKs in, otherwise you're never going to be in time.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's just well played by the Legion side. If I would like to go on the on the Hellborn side, if I were to go on the draft, I would say the draft of the Legion side is still stronger, but the Hellborn just they play better. I don't have another way to say it, right?
They did team fights better. I think Legion side just lost a little bit of the advantage after Swiftblade came in and did a lot of aggression on them.
Yeah, so after the Swiftblade basically finished the Shroud, they kind of started like falling left and right and center to the Pebbles, the Geomancer, and the Swiftblade. Because I don't think the Bubbles was like part of that many fights. Bubbles was just doing his own thing in the bottom lane most of the time.
Yeah. Bubbles was 250 GPM in like he was 14 or 15 minutes in.
Red boots into light brands. Now that's a variation on the Snark build if I've ever seen one. Anyway, guys, with that was game number 1, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Yes. Yeah, game 1.
Yeah, sorry, I have to check because too many games in a day for me. But so we're going to go on a game number 2 because this is, of course, a best out of 3, which means we're going to see whether or not the Europeans can come back from this lost a game. Because, of course, we know that they are capable and we know that they are they want to win. They really want to win. Anyway, so we will be right back while we get everything set up. And we will see you guys in a little bit. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second game of Noah versus Nede. What's the name?
Sorry.
Lay down your pretzel, damn it.
I'm sorry. Penkui Aragan.
Those guys. And we have, of course, like we saw the Thai guys win last game with a very excellent swift play performance, I will say. And the Pebbles getting his PK and rolling all over the Legion team. And for now, we see what the Europeans can do to come back from this 1-0 deficit. For now, I am Dutch HoN, once again joined by Nede, who is currently thoroughly enjoying a pretzel. How does it taste, Nede?
Pretty good.
Describe your pretzel to me.
It's with cheese.
Wait, the pretzel with cheese?
Yes.
That sounds disgusting.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we know that Nede has no taste. But besides that, for now, we see that Calamity, Tundra, Kane, Wild Soul, Soul Reaper, and Deadwood are the bans. Anything new? I don't think so, right? Oh, no, that's new. Iker gets through the bans.
I think Iker got banned instead of Soul Reaper.
Yeah, so Soul Reaper was untouched last time, and the Iker was banned. And Iker is, of course, very, very tanky, to say, and that's an understatement, right? But just annoying to deal with, and the frustration I always have with Iker is a lot of heroes just become unplayable against him. Because I don't know if you've ever played a Slither or a Voodoo Jester against an Iker, but let me tell you, it's not fun.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All the dots and the abilities you put on the enemy get put back from them to you.
Yep.
And one of the changes they made a while ago is that Sulfuras ultimate cannot be transferred anymore, because I don't know if you remembered, but Sulfuras with a staff would actually kill himself. Because the ultimate would stay on permanently, because of course Sulfuras is within 600 range of Sulfuras. But they're running it down again. Sulfuras and the Bent Shaman, two picks we've seen before, if I'm mistaken. Wait. What? No, they didn't play it last game. Sorry, I'm dumb. We saw it the game before that. But yeah, Sulfuras and the Bent Shaman, of course, two strong picks here, and we see the bubbles being picked up by the Noah here. And the Forsaken Archer. Now, Forsaken Archer is definitely also just a comfort pick. We have seen Kolik on the Forsaken Archer putting up an amazing performance once he gets that Nullfire Blade and just starts auto-attacking everything. It's so hard to stop Forsaken Archer. And especially Forsaken Archer with an Iker. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how you stop that. Because every frontliner that you have is going to have 0 mana after a little bit. Because of those Forsaken Archer auto attacks.
Yeah, the Nullfire is gonna be a crucial point for Legion side to have.
Yeah, but also just the Iker, right? Because every kind of debuff that you put on him is gonna be removed. So what would you pick that can deal with that combination of heroes?
I think you need something that can split the fight.
Give us an example.
Oh.
Look, Nede, we are dumb here. We don't know anything that can split the fight. Give us specific examples.
So the one that I'm thinking about is something let's say like a Devo that can hook out the hero. Maybe an Andro that can be aggressive with the swap.
Andro is more often used defensively though than offensively.
Defensively, yeah. But can also work like that.
Anything else? What about a Magmus?
I mean,
is that a hero you would pick here? Because for me, right, Magmus just looks like a juicy creep once Forsaken Archer gets his Nullfire Blade.
That's true.
It's 2 or 3 auto attacks, and Magmus is gonna have no mana. And he just becomes one of the creeps then for Forsaken Archer to farm.
Can also Kraken can also work. Can get the Forsaken out.
Yeah, I guess so. Engineer is up. Flux Engineer is something they could have picked up.
Oh, Engineer also can be pretty good because Zycor can just walk in.
I mean,
Yeah,
sorry, Icor can just walk in the energy field without getting silenced or something.
Perplexed. If he's linked up to like an enemy, yeah, he can
Yep.
actually. Notably, I do know
Corrupted
that
disciple.
a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of restrain abilities do actually prevent Iker from jumping. So let's say like you get hit by a Deadwood root.
Yeah.
You cannot actually use the
W.
Iker W, the transfusion,
Mhm.
to transfer the root to someone else because, well, you rooted.
I actually like the corrupted pick here.
Yeah, because that does somewhat deal with Forsaken Archer if you're able to get close and drain him. And Iker cannot actually remove the active link, which is very good, of course. But no Fireblade level 3 at like max drainage drains like 90 mana per hit or something.
Mhm.
You're still not going to prevent that. He's still going to hurt like a lot. And
So
Iker's still going to keep him alive. So
Just wondering,
that's where we go.
do you pick Pearl here
For who?
for the Hellborn side? They need another support, maybe.
Yeah, so Andro makes a lot more sense to me. That's
Yeah,
like
right
right
now, Andro is pretty good.
Yeah. Of course, like the minus armor is really good.
It's not only that you get conduited by corrupted in the fight. Andro can just swap to get rid of that, not
Yep.
only to save.
Yeah, or even swap the Corrupted Disciple out of the team fight.
That's true.
Lodestone.
And Lodestone. Oh, I love Lodestone against the Man Shaman. Because the Man Shaman can give you 30 armor, but Lodestone doesn't care about that. Oh, that's beautiful. And I think the thing you have to keep in mind is that Andro is a lot more aggressive, like able to play aggressive than Pearl is.
Yeah, that's
Like Pearl doesn't really provide a stun, and this is not a team that has a lot of stuns. Because the bubbles doesn't provide much. The Iker, of course, does not really have a stun. Forsaken Archer has the Q, but that's able to be dodged sometimes by their heroes. So I like the Andro a lot more here than something like the Pearl. I think the Pearl's a little bit too defensively oriented, maybe.
so Kraken. I was right about Kraken. Yay.
Yeah, Kraken makes a lot of sense. I would say just the ultimate is not something that you can really remove with Iker. You can get swapped out of it, of course, but Kraken also is another tanky strength hero that can get mana drained. So I am afraid to go into the late game with the Hellborn team.
Let's get it on.
I don't see them doing well in the late game.
You
Now-
don't see Hellborn well?
Yeah. That being said, if they get the jump on a Forsaken Archer, get Salvor's ultimate on a Forsaken Archer, and bring her down to like 40-30% HP, Forsaken Archer is basically out of the fight at that point, because she cannot really re-engage in any meaningful way, or she's just going to die. Even if you swap her out and like, you know, apply Iker buffs to her.
Yeah.
So it's very important for the Hellborn side to dictate the team fights, to take the initiative and to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Legion sides, I would say, like lacks initiation tools, especially before the before the Lodestone gets his PK. And is this going to be a tri-lane? No, right? No, this is going to be a dual lane Andro, Forsaken Archer, middle Iker, plus Bubbles in the top lane. I've seen them run a lane like this before. And
This is exactly like last game. They do a trail lane, they have a trail in the trail lane, they have like a melee, and they're just gonna put the like a double mid. And right now, who is gonna be forced to to play to go on another lane? It's gonna be Magnus, right?
well, to be fair, right?
Mhm.
This is a lot like better because instead of the Corrupted Disciple, they had something like a Bensington here. So
Oh,
now
that's-
you can
that's
you
true.
can lane Magnus and Corrupted Disciple like easily, and they
Yeah,
can do a lot of work.
It's slightly better.
Yeah, but the Managed Shaman
Disham
against this Forest.
can go either top or mid, but it's
Okay, but-
probably they want I think they want him mid though.
Yeah, but if you rotate the Man Shaman to the mid lane here, how well do you think the Man Shaman plus Force is gonna do against Forsaken Archer plus Andro? Especially because there's no shield on Force.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting.
So, yeah, he.
Oh, I think did they expect like Lodestone mid? I think.
Maybe. I don't know what's going on in their head. Like, I lost any fate I had yesterday, and that's a stun from the Andro on the Force. The Force is taking a lot of damage here. And,
What does Andro?
yeah, Andro takes a little bit of damage. Oh, actually, Andro gets Q'd here by the Demand Shaman. The Demand Shaman Q, of course, has very high range, and there's no mana right now on the Andro. Although he may get something in Courier here. Meanwhile, in the top lane, I feel sorry for Vulca. I'll admit. Because this is not a fun lane to lane against.
That's
Iker plus Bubbles is just...
he is gonna get he's gonna
get a little bit of
spelled
XP. But... like, they just use like Iker Q on you, and it deals so much damage for so little mana.
Yeah.
And they don't really take anything in return. Would you still buy a shield on Force here, a buckler?
I mean, you definitely need it, right?
Yeah, because I would say so, because you're just taking so much rest damage otherwise.
Yeah.
And normally, like, the strength of Force is that you can heal up a lot of the rest damage you take with W, but... if you don't really reduce the damage that you take at all, you're still gonna suffer quite a bit. Andro and Iker both going for the runes, and I'll look at this rotation from the Iker. Iker is actually setting up for middle, but Andro is not actually in position yet. Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. Andro is not there yet, because the Iker has been smoked up, actually, with the rune here. I don't know if Vulca is aware that the Iker isn't here. He may be. But this means that the Force is in a bit of trouble now. Force gets stunned by the Forsaken Archer, and the Iker slow is applied. The Force goes down to the auto attacks, and now the Man Shaman is in a lot of trouble. The Man Shaman does not have cape, and the Man Shaman goes down. Forsaken Archer showing the power of that hero with that 800 range on that crippling volley. A very good initiation. And then the Iker does not have to be in any kind of like danger. Because, I mean, it's an Iker, right?
Yeah.
You're not gonna go for an Iker. They're not insane. And yeah, that means that's the first blood for... oh, and actually the Man Shaman in the mid lane is once again in danger. Forsaken Archer goes also quite low. That is a Luna tier was up on Forsaken Archer, but that doesn't really mean. Also, the Force does not have level 3 Q yet, or level 2 Q. But he might still be able to run down the Andromeda. Yes, he is. And that means that actually that's a double tap for the Force. That is huge for them. Forsaken Archer choosing to go for the Malphite before Boots is a little bit on the greedy side, I will say.
Yeah, I don't think he should have done that. I think Steve Boots is kind of priority.
Yeah, honestly just some stats. I like the Soul Screaming Ring. But beyond that, what do you really need? And we see Magnus actually rotating with a smoke into the mid lane. This might be that Forsaken Archer if he's not being careful. The Andro is not ready to save him. No, the Andro is not there. That is a stun from Magnus, and the Man Shaman Q on top. There's a Lords of Forest Q, and that means that that is a dead Forsaken Archer. The Iker not ready with the TP fast enough to save himself there. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we see like this is the big difference in our draft. Corrupted Disciple is doing more than fine against that Lodestone. Corrupted Disciple is not gonna get bullied out of the lane by Lodestone. At least not really.
So what I wanted to point out, the first gank it worked. It shouldn't have worked because Bubbles was showing. He wasn't synced to Icor. So
it's something that I talked about before. What you mean is like that the sync, it shows like if the enemy is moving away, the link starts like counting down, and you can see that's a debuff. And they actually run into the Iker here. The Iker is gonna take a little bit of damage, but doesn't really mean. Bubbles also here with the rotation. Bubbles has the ultimate up. They don't really want to use it on the Man Shaman. Yeah, they're saving the Bubbles ultimate. I felt like that was a little bit greedy, right? Meanwhile, Force running into the Iker and Bubbles, and they want to prevent these stacks from being taken. And Iker takes the rune, the bottle from the Force here. The Force actually going dangerously low. So Force goes down there to the Iker and the Bubbles. Oh, that is not what you want to see.
Not at all.
That's a hasted Saforus that just goes down to the auto attacks from Bubbles and again, Iker denies himself to creeps. I think he dies there because he doesn't have a buckler.
Yep.
The auto attacks just
fully
hurt so
agree.
much more.
I fully agree with you.
Like, not even a wind whistle would have saved him because he was hasted already.
Yeah, I think he should have had the protective talisman until now.
Yeah, because like there's so much damage coming from auto attacks. From Andro and even Iker as well. And it's an Invis Kraken actually here, but Kraken does not yet have that level 6 yet, so it is a bit hard to hit your abilities to really lock down Forsaken Archer, unless Forsaken Archer like very greedily walks up. I think Bubbles picked up on the fact that the top lane is not showing right now. They had a ward there. Oh no, sorry, no, that's the ward from Useless Geek. Sorry, no, they did not see that actually. They have a ward, a ref ward in their jungle right now. Magmus also rotating over. Magmus not really getting any levels or farm either. So they're gonna run into this ref ward here. Andro walks into the Demanded Shaman here. Kraken now on top. That is the Lodestone with the ultimate. And he's like 3 people there. Lots of forces going so low. Demanded Shaman is low. Bubbles goes in. Bubbles finishes up 2 people with that huge shell serve and the ultimate. Forsaken Archer not actually able to continue this team fight here because he has no mana. But the Lodestone maybe is looking to go for more. Eston is here to maybe provide a little bit of team support. He wants those stacks actually. Those stacks look way too juicy, but I think if the Lodestone just walks up there and W's them now.
Yeah.
Okay, they do actually finish one side of the stacks because they just don't want to give this to Forsaken Archer because... Oh, that's actually Forsaken Archer dies by the Magma stun and the Kraken ultimate. Actually, that's a huge turn. I think Forsaken Archer was a little bit too overconfident there. I think he... No, he did not go back to base yet. He didn't have mana there. So I just want to farm the lane a little bit. And yeah, that's a good rotation from Volca, I guess. Or from Magnus.
Yeah, that's a pretty good rotation.
Like
Delaying the Forsaken.
Yeah, so the Legion side has really been denying these stacks for Saforus, right? Because you see Saforus here. They have this ward that... I think... Oh, this ward actually doesn't block it. But it does give vision of them doing these stacks. And they've been trying to like deny it for the longest time. Bubbles actually goes in with the shell serve and the Q, and that's actually very greedy. Towards the force, not level 7 yet though, so that means that he's actually not really able to do much, and he's taking so much damage from the stacks because he doesn't have a buckler again. Right?
Yep.
Even for farming these stacks, it's kind of awkward for him. Meanwhile, Forsaken Archer in this own jungle uses his ultimate to clean up the triple stacked hard camp there. They're completely ignoring the Corrupted Disciple, which I think is correct. I don't really think you can deal with him properly. Lodestone thinking about maybe going in, but the Andromeda without boots not really able to provide too much support there. And Forsaken Archer just goes back to the middle lane. So yeah, that is not really what you want to see, right? This Swords of Force should be higher level by now, no?
Yeah, but he died 2 times, which
Yeah,
didn't help him at all.
Especially if you look at the XPM, it is notable that the Force is this low, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe a lot of good denies coming out from the Legion side as well. To see if I am talking completely full of shit or not. Yeah, the
No,
13
think,
denies by Forsaken Archer.
No, I think he just died because he didn't have a shield and he lost a lot of XP. So that's like 1 level, to be honest.
Maybe he was forced out of the lane a couple of times. That's possible as well.
Yeah, that too. Hence not
Anyway.
having a shield. You have to go base, regen.
Yeah, and the bottle just isn't enough. And I will also say that the Legion side has been on point with these rune control.
Yep.
And Kraken once again playing aggressive. They don't want to let this Forsaken Archer farm. That's a Kraken Q on Andromeda. Andromeda without boots. Kraken ultimate. Don't know if that was strictly necessary, but it does actually secure the kill. The Iker is in the neighborhood. And Corrupt Disciple with an Invis rune using the ultimate there. No, I love it. But Forsaken Archer ported top, and Forsaken Archer is going to...
Is he gonna go for a gank on supporters?
They don't know he's here, I think. But I figured he saw, okay, 3 people in my jungle. Yeah, there are no creeps to farm there from me. Which means that I am not going there. Which is definitely the correct choice. We see him also have 2 soul screaming rings. And I think... Do you think they can kill him in the top lane? Because they're definitely setting up, right? Oh, that's an ultimate. That's an ultimate from Bubbles and an ultimate from the Forsaken Archer, but the Q did not connect, which means Force is likely going to survive here. Force surviving with 70 HP. Oh, that is unfortunate. Meanwhile, we see the Iker in the bottom lane. He was a little bit too far up and actually got ganked by the 3-man people or 3-man gank there. I wanted to say another word, but I did not. I actually wait. Is Eston going to be able? Yeah, okay. It's Iker porting in, so Eston on the Corrupt Disciple is actually able to
carry this game.
Yeah. To port out there. And he is doing fine for now. He has the Vitalizer, and
I think he has the right hero.
Sorry, what?
It has the right hero against the Forsaken.
Oh yeah, Corrupt Disciple, you mean?
Yeah.
And the Forsaken Archer is also not snowballing as much as he would otherwise have been. And one thing that the Hellborn side is doing very well is applying pressure. And actually, they're running into the Andromeda here. Andromeda instantly goes down. And I think... Okay, so the Andromeda is really suffering this game. At only 110 GPM. And he doesn't even have boots yet. And the lack of boots is honestly killing him quite a bit.
Yeah, I think he's been trying to counter ward too much.
Yeah, but also this is where you have to come together as a team and just say, okay, Andro, you stop warding for now. Either Bubbles or Lodestone or Iker take over. Or even Forsaken Archer can buy the wards for like a little bit. Until the Andro gets boots. And then they can take over again. But at this moment, he's just like dying because of not having boots.
Yeah, I think she was super unlucky. As soon as she got some gold, I think she died. They got the gold from top tower when they took it.
No, she bought 2 wards with the gold from top tower.
Oh, unlucky.
But because it's they've been playing so aggressive on the Hellborn side that they need to get those that vision up, but it just kind of can't. And oh, that's a Lodestone PK actually. I think he just picked it up, but Magma spotted the PK, so that's good for them. Meanwhile, there's a triple stack here, and Andromeda again. And no, he's not gonna die to creeps there. But look, that's 2 triple stacks. That's the Hellborn is denying once again. Oh, they're playing this so well. Lodestone and Iker, meanwhile, in the bottom lane. Iker notably also does not have boots yet. Oh, and they're jumping for Forsaken Archer. The Kraken is maybe going down. No, he's surviving. The Cape is saving him there. The Bubbles ultimate is likely going to finish him off. But I think they take that any time of the day, right?
Yeah.
And oh, they haven't even finished the triple stack yet. If I were Magmus, I would ultimate here.
No, you don't need it.
Yeah, but I would ultimate here.
And I think with that kill on Kraken, they delayed his pick here for like 1 minute.
Yeah, but Kraken... Oh, nah. Yeah, he needs like another little bit of gold here. Iker now running for his life. Andromeda is gonna maybe save him. No, his jump is on cooldown. And that's a Lodestone. Lodestone ultimate does not connect on the Corrupt Disciple. And that's a very good stun from the Magmas. Which means that Lodestone without his armor is very, very squishy right now. Which means that he is going down. Corrupt Disciple played that perfectly there. He actually sidestepped stepped back a little bit, which meant that Lodestone really got an awkward angle with his stun, and the Magmus stun right on top is just a beautiful. They swapped around the Magmus and the Demanded Shaman here, like player-wise. So we see what you got now playing the Magmus, and we see the Demanded Shaman being played by Useless Geek, and this feels a lot better, or it looks a lot better at least in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks better. skill
It
based.
seems like they know what they're supposed to do on these heroes.
And it looks better visually.
Well, yeah. Like I will say, like Useless Geek, I don't think he has the most amount of competitive experience. Meanwhile, like what you got, like I'm fairly certain he was still playing competitive when the dinosaurs were around, you know? So, besides the fact that he's old,
Yeah.
he has a ton of experience, and it's very valuable, of course, but it also, like, he knows what he's supposed to do. And the roamer role is not that easy. And Kraken with an Invis rune running into this Iker. Iker now finishing the Dreamcatcher, but it doesn't matter, because Iker is actually killable. Because he doesn't really have the most amount of armor at the moment yet. And Corrupted Disciple together with the Kraken are just able to do so much. And this also, it does feel like a hero more suited to Vulka with the Kraken. Because Vulka is always good at setting stuff up.
Yeah.
Right?
He's patient.
Mage Bane is hard to do that.
Are we gonna see an Andro dead again?
Andro does have boots now, so he might be able to survive if he keeps running. No, never mind. There is actually the Andromeda plus the Medichan plus the Magnus combination. Andromeda goes down, but meanwhile in the bottom lane, actually, oh wow, there's Lodestone ultimate being popped, and the Craft Disciple goes down. I did actually miss that.
Yeah, I missed it as well. I think maybe that's a misplay. Trying to go
I think
for
he
an
just didn't
Andro.
expect it. Honestly,
Yeah,
which makes sense. And Lodestone goes in on the Kraken. Kraken is now maybe trying to turn, but here comes the second Archer in the backline. That second Archer picked up that Nullfire Blade. Magnus in a lot of trouble. Magnus goes down to the combination there. The man Shaman might be able to teleport if he just tries to teleport right now. Kraken goes in for some reason. The Force comes here, but I think there are just too many players from the Hellborn side here. And Andromeda, there's lots of Force. This ported here also goes down. Oh, that's not what you should have just left him.
Oh my god, that's a mega throw.
Yeah, someone, I'm guessing, called for a turn. And they committed to the turn there, but Vulka, with like 2 hits or something, was completely out of mana. The mana Shaman was like completely out of HP. And yeah, I think this is the moment where the Forsaken Archer with that Nullfire Blade becomes scary, right?
Yeah. Definitely. Okay, we're gonna see like ooh, so she's gonna go for an Abyssal. Looks like.
Is she not finishing the full, like, Nullfire Blade first?
She should have like at least level 2, right?
Oh, she got a couple of kills, I think, right?
Oh yeah,
maybe.
you're right. I didn't see the gold she gained from.
Yeah, she just went for the Ring of the Teacher, which honestly,
Yeah, we go.
Ring of the Teacher is just an insane item. So I absolutely love that. And oh, what did I just spot from my eye? Corner of my eye. I figured Sephorus, as Lodestone gets another pick off on the Magnus there. I figured Sephorus would be going for Sinners, but no. He bought an Ice Brand.
What?
Right? Am I crazy, right? Yeah, that's an Ice Brand.
I thought he should be crazy. I guess he's crazy.
Well, it's like the Sinners is insane here, right? Even just like getting a more mana pool, sort of second Archer doesn't drain it instantly.
I mean, it's so good against Lodestone.
Well, yeah, Lodestone still like removes all the armor, but just the lifesteal, the armor in general.
Also the Forsaken, because if you get stunned by Lodestone and if you have time to tablet him before the Valley, it's so
yeah, there's not that much like lockdown from the help from Legion side, sorry.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is they get a kill on the Lodestone though, so Lodestone goes down in the bottom lane. He was being a little bit too greedy, but we do see that the Conqueror goes down for the Legion side here. Forsaken Archer in a bit of trouble maybe. Forsaken Archer misses the stun from the stun gets missed on Forsaken Archer, I should say, and that's look at that ultimate. Forsaken Archer is doing so much work there, and oh my god, I don't know if he's gonna live here. The Force ultimate is 2 more seconds. Yeah, he does live. Forsaken Archer lives by the skin of his teeth, and that is the kind of the unreliability of that Kraken charge. You have to hit that, right?
Yeah. That's something that you don't want to see if you're Hellborn.
Yeah. And we see Corrupted Disciple and Bubbles. Bubbles might be a little bit of a bad spot here, although no, maybe they cannot turn this because here comes Andromeda. Andromeda has to swap up. He kind of wants to swap the Corrupted Disciple in, but is he going to be able to? Now, it's a good Magma stun, I would say. The Man Shaman is in a bit of an awkward spot, but they don't really seem to be able to capitalize on that. And here comes Lodestone. Lodestone is not really being spotted by the Hellborn side, I believe. Oh, they had a ward up on the side, so they do actually know Lodestone is there. And they see him and they find him. Lodestone uses his stun. Lodestone might be in a bit of danger. Iker tries to come and help him, but the rest of the team is so far out. Lodestone takes a lot of damage. Forsaken Archer tries to Q in. Bubbles goes in and silences everyone in the middle of the team fight. Lords of Force does not have any more mana. That's the power of those no Fire Blades. Doing so much work. The Forsaken Archer did get ultimated by the Lords of Force, so he's taking a lot of damage, but just 2 or 3 hits and you're out of mana. It's so frustrating to play against it. And both Magmus and Sephora suffer from that issue, right?
Basically, you stun in, Magnus starts to ulti. Not gonna work.
Yeah. So, oh, that is juicy, they think. Thank you very much for stacking that for me. I will take that, good sir, because you guys have been farming my jungle for about 20 minutes now. So it's about time I get something from you in return. And yeah, that's they'll gladly take that, of course. And they're also up 1 Conqueror, of course.
So this started so... It started balanced, then it went really good for Hellborn. But right now they are...
yeah, so it went really well for Hellborn when they kept playing aggressive. But the moments that, like, Legion side got them into a team fight, where they were, like, only 4 people and against 5 people, that's where, like, things started kind of going south.
Because I see Corrupted has only 1 death. And which happened when Magnus and Disham chased an Andromeda.
Yeah, and he was, well, to be fair, like, he was in the bottom lane pushing that out, and Lodestone got the ultimate up to get up with the Forsaken Archer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just good. That's more like a good play by Forsaken Archer and Lodestone than a misplay from Disciple, in my opinion.
No, that was a good play by Andromeda.
What? Oh yeah, baiting him. Actually, that's a 5-man smoke here. Conqueror is so low. That's a huge team fight. Forsaken Archer has shrunken now. Everyone, the Hellborn side is falling. Kraken's out of mana. And oh, that is a huge play by 4 people dead from the Hellborn side. The man Shaman has given up on life. He accepts his death and the Conqueror goes down. That might be the final nail in the coffin, I think.
Oh god.
Conqueror was so low. I don't think they had any vision. I don't think they knew. I think they just kind of guessed it, and it happened so quickly. Like the Sephora's, the Kraken, and the Corrupted were all inside of the Forsaken Archer ultimate there.
Yeah, they both got ulted by Lodestone as well.
Yeah, Lodestone was like late with his ultimate, but it just finished it basically.
Yeah.
And like if the Legion of the Hellborn side is just like in the team fight for like 5 seconds, they're completely out of mana. And a Kraken without mana is not that dangerous. Magma's actually cancelling his ultimate there. He wanted to set maybe something up with a Magma's ultimate, but they're not able to. The Legion side is like, yeah, we've taken enough. We're satisfied with this result. Let's chill for a bit, and yeah, that's definitely the correct choice.
Thank you for offerings.
Yeah. And that's 5-0 and a Conqueror kill.
Yeah.
Now if they were already ahead before, and actually they're fighting here again. The Corrupted Disciple's not yet ready. Corrupted Disciple cancelled his port, so he's gonna have to walk. I don't think the Legion side is ready to commit here yet. And Bubbles once again goes for full snark and has Red Boots into a Grimoire of Power.
So we suppose that Bubbles watched too much B-Pro games?
I think he watched too much B-Pro games, but is not a big fan of Shaman Tetris.
Oh, that's true.
Because that is, of course, the legendary Snark build. Red Boots, Shaman Tetris. But oh, look at this Iker. Iker is on a mission. Does he... where's he going? He smoked for another 15 seconds. They're right on top of each other.
He's just waiting there for the mid push.
They have vision there. They have vision on the hard cam.
He's in.
So, oh, Bubbles actually cancels the Magma's ultimate. Is that, yeah, that's cancelled, which means that it is on cooldown actually. Oh, that is actually huge for them. That's insane. Yeah, no Magma's ultimate, although they haven't really been able to use the Magma's ultimate to its fullest potential.
So what I've seen now is that Sulfurus finished Sinners, but he still has a nice friend.
Yeah, he chose to finish the Sinners, but yeah, Ice Brand is like, okay, so I will say, Frostwolf Skull, amazing item.
Ice Brand, not so much.
But yeah, but like Ice Brand is, in my opinion, has the same value as Toxic Law.
Yeah, you're
And
right.
those two items have like slightly different valuations.
It's a
in terms of money.
It's a 20% movement speed, slow, and Toxic Claws has 12%.
Yep.
So yeah,
And that's if you get to hit them. Actually,
Oh,
the Magmus goes in with a stun. Iker gets bursted down instantly, but Kraken is in the midst now. Kraken gets his ultimate off before he dies. Grab the Disciple got lost to the ultimate. Grab the Disciple melts. Zephyrus in the front line now, but Zephyrus also gets sent to the afterlife within a mere seconds. And it's a buyback on the Kraken, but what is the Kraken gonna do here? The man Shaman, of course, is ready with everything. But yeah, okay, so Vulka...
oh,
Oh. Okay, they misclicked the CC vote. Yeah, that was honestly like the fights with Kongor. Wait, did they CC yet?
nope.
Lodestone, buddy.
Come back. The fight is not finished.
Haha, we baited them.
Let's get it on.
Wait, are they gonna CC now?
Okay, now it's over.
Okay, lesson learned. Never trust a French person, right? No, I'm kidding, of course, guys. That was a well played from the Thai team, which is called Noah's Ark or something like that. And yeah, two very well played games. The second time, I think the Hellborn side of the Europeans here looked very lively, but they weren't quite able to pull through in the end. Notably with the moment that the Forsaken Archer got his null Fireblade done, I think the game just started going very south very fast, right?
Yeah, which started really good for the Hellborn side, ended, let's say, a little bit poorly for them. But I would say they played pretty well on the Hellborn side. But
Yeah,
the
for
Legion
sure.
side just
They
did
applied
it-
pressure, like they applied pressure very well in
Yes,
the early
very well.
game, but
Mhm.
their team fight coordination was not on point.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Anyway, so that is the last game for today, of course, with the Noah's Ark now going on to the loser bracket finals, where they're going to be...
Oh yeah, finals. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, the loser bracket finals, where they're going to be facing Vinicius on 19th of April on 3 o'clock, at least for me. I don't know what's the GMT, but... And after that, of course, the winner of the loser bracket finals is going to be facing off against a Lunar Tier, who we saw earlier today. And yeah, any final thoughts you want to share about this game, about or the series in general, Netta?
Yeah, guys, buy Shield on Sulfurus.
That's, man, I'm learning so much today. Buy Shield, buy Dust, man. In the end, we're gonna come out smarter. It's insane.
Yes, all I
no.
want to say, shout out to Sangbob.
Yeah.
I love you, buddy.
Sangpop definitely does deserve a shout out. And by all his cliff walking that he was not able to do today. Anyway, guys, that's it for me. And that's it for Netta, your resident casters for today. Thank you very much for watching. And I'm going to give the floor to Paradise for him to do whatever he does. So guys, I'll see you later.
All right. Well, that was Dutch Onage and Nedde alongside with DNLZ and Uncle Bear for the Thai casters. Thank you, gentlemen, for the incredible cast, and what an incredible performance today, especially by Lunar Tier with an insane comeback after the first tournament. And just things are getting a whole lot different now, which is really nice to see. And it is kind of typical because if you do look at the older tournaments, a team never actually won twice. So if we can do that again, or if that does occur again, well, that is very balanced, which is really nice to see. But thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's show. Tune in next time for the loser bracket finals and the grand final, which is going to be on April 19th. So we're going to do an extra week break between this in this tournament between the day 2 and day 3 because of a holiday in Thailand. And just a disclaimer, the next tournament is most likely going to be actually longer than this one. It might be 4 days. We're not certain yet. An announcement is going to be out before we actually decide on what's going to happen. But just a heads up before that happens. But again, the loser bracket finals and the grand final is going to be on April 19th, where Vinicius and Noah is going to be playing on the loser bracket finals, and the winner is going to be facing Lunar Tier in the grand final in a best of 5, where BKCPK and Winzy are going to be casting these tournaments. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show, and we will see you on April 19th. Good night, everybody.